Good morning, people. All right. All set. What's it, the pre-market? Oh yeah. I want to do that real quick. Uh a longer one that has a lot of loops. Oh, okay. I don't know. I didn't hear it. Is that better? It's a little better. Oh, one more thing. All right, now everything's fixed. I just can't get comfortable this morning. Yeah, CAD's looking good in the pre-market. Already up 207. That's tested. I might do some 0 GT 210s on it. Who's ready for another day of sideways trading? If the infrastructure bill's passed next week, Cat's gonna fucking rip. Like a lot. Um it has a massive amount of room to the upside. This was on the news of the infrastructure bill. Like epic pound. So this run up here was just on the news of the infrastructure bill. Its actual valuation with the infrastructure bill is likely higher than that. No costume today. Costume only for the members only stream. And I wouldn't even call it a costume. I'll think about it. If everyone's really well behaved. Michael Kaplan, dude, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up over on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club. Well, right after the stream. Or whenever you message me. One or the other. We have Dan's. There's no such thing as well behaved. Well, I ordered a pickle costume. Jean-Claude Van Damme, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate the membership, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added. Or if you're not already, I think you already are added, right? That's just a renewal. And PB Half-Baked. Okay, we're going to do a huge chant. Thank you guys so much. All of you, hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added if you're not already.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Okay, so I can see how somebody might get the idea that we would be a cult, but I think if you just hear me out, I'll lay out some reasons right here. Lady VWAP gets praised, so the stock gets a raise. Gurg leads us and feeds us with entertainment for days. We don't got great Kool-Aid, so it can't be a cult. We chant and have members, but it ain't Popeye's fault.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
We can't be a cult. It's impossible. We still have to pay our taxes. Yeah. Carnation. Welcome to Carnation. Carnation.
I think there's a lot of room to the upside. Darth Dan cementing his place in squalor. Daniel Kim, thank you so much. I appreciate the membership, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I will get you added to the Billionaires Country Club as soon as the stream's over.
I want to be a billionaire, so freaking
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Yeah. Ding ding, market's open. That means one more song. Ah, yes. GME is not going to have a very interesting day, I don't think. Cat's looking very spicy at 209. I think we just almost ran the gauntlet of songs, yeah. God damn it, President Darth Dan. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. It is a McDonald's hash brown. I'll tell you why. Because when I wake up late, they're the only place that can deliver to me in like 3 minutes. Yeah, I'll put it on half screen. Zach, thank you so much. Still don't know what that means. Nesquick, thank you so much for becoming a Friday Dillionaire. I appreciate it, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club at the end of the stream.
I want to be a billionaire.
Thank you for the support, guys.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
The market just straight up ripped into open. I don't get it. Ah. Did you guys arrange some sort of thing last night in the Discord to just like keep me playing the Dillionaire song all morning or something? Thank you, Mr. McFishman and the real Slim Pickle. Hit me up on the Discord after the stream is over, guys, and I will get you added to the Dillionaire Country Club. Thank you so much. And Fluffiosa.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Okay, so I can see how somebody might get the idea that we would be a cult, but I think if you just hear me out, I'll lay out some reasons right here.
Lady VWAP gets praised, so the stock gets a raise. Gurg leads us and feeds us with entertainment for days. We don't got great Kool-Aid, so it can't be a cult. We chant and have members, but it ain't Popeye's fault.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
We can't be a cult. It's impossible. We still have to pay our taxes. Yeah.
Oh, you bitch. Not a cult. Happy Friday. I forgot to update my CC info. My failure is immeasurable. My ignorance unforgivable. You're all good, man. Maybe now we can start the stream, though. Looks like Visa hit its bottom. Maybe. Thoughts on Lucid? I own some. No, I'm buying 0 DTs. I'm just gambling this morning. I'm dumb. How do I contact you about the Discord? You just, once you're in the Discord, I think it takes like 10 minutes or something for you to get in. Once you're in it, you can DM me. Ryan Seidler, thank you so much for upgrading to Tillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
This feels organized, right? Thank you guys all so much for becoming members. I appreciate it. If you guys want to add yourselves and get into the Billionaires Country Club early, you can check out the announcements channel, and the instructions are pinned. You bitch. I knew it. So we don't get slammed down at all. We just continue slow upwards trend towards 11/24 date, and our note floor is 180-ish. Does that change your thoughts on anything? No. If I became a billionaire over the weekend while you aren't streaming, will you still be able to see it once you stream Sunday, for example? No, I don't think so. If you become one on Sunday, I'll be able to see it. Like, during the stream. Like, I don't get they don't give me, like, notifications or anything like that when people sign up. Hello, Bull Trap got us again. It got me good. Hold on, we can get one more bounce out of today, right? Cat actually looks fine. I'm not so worried about that. I might buy a couple more though. Is there 207.50s on Cat? Ooh, there are. I think any reason they might need to do a little buying this morning, or why they have not been shorting us down. No. President Darth Dan, did you seriously just become a fucking pigeon whale? Again? You goddamn tease. All right. President Darth Dan's back, guys. He spent a day amongst the pores, and he has returned. You crazy son of a bitch. Thank you so much, Darth Dan. I appreciate it, man. Pigeon whales, pick your brethren's tattered body up from the ground, restore his tiny wings, and chuck him up above VWAP.
Selling cover calls like movement cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Girk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously guys, not a cult. Not a cult.
Real Slim Pickle, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, man. May you ascend forever above our great lady, VWAP. This is not a cult. One more time. Absolutely not a cult. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the support. It means a lot. To you. Pigeon Whales, welcome your newest member, the Real Slim Pickle. Sir, will you please stand up?
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. I scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. Pigeon whales coo and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named V. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper in a bitch you see, but most likely you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling cover calls like movement cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Girk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously guys, not a cult. Not a cult.
I'm getting roasted on my 0 GTs today. This is not fun. Jesus, stop dropping. There we go. Boring. Thank you so much for... Okay, what is going on here? Thank you so much for coming to Billionaire, man. Hit me up. I'll get you added. I appreciate the support, bro.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Yig style. Thank you so much for coming to Pigeon Whale, man. Hit me up on the Discord, bro. If you're not already added, I will get you in the Royal Pigeon Whale Society. Pigeon Whales flock. So many brethren join you today. Thank you so much. Enjoy flexing above the pores. I've heard it's fun.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. I scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. Pigeon whales coo and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named V. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper in a bitch you see, but most likely you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling cover calls like Moomin, cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Girk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously guys, not a cult. Not a cult.
Mocha Chobi. Thank you for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Thank you, Mocha Chobi. Zabratul Shazbat. Thank you for becoming a Cornishon.
Welcome to Cornishon.
And Jessica Johnson. Thank you so much for coming along, Johnson. I appreciate it. Yeah, Tesla's at 1100. This is madness. It is. Would you be willing to go on Matt Core's channel and speak the truth about the popcorn stack and Matt Core's? I'd speak the truth about both things. Matt Core's found out about dark pools the other day, guys. That's why AMC's not going up. They're suppressing. Wait, hear me out. They're suppressing the price of AMC via dark pools to get them to bail and get on GME. That's what happened yesterday. Did you know this? I just found out. Yep. Nope. No. Trades confirmed it. I'm fine with that. Yeah, GME, distraction. Trades, Matt Cores, both they actually said that. Morning Gurk, Luck Fiverr, let's fucking go. Thanks, I got 99 stocks, but AMC ain't one. I appreciate the donation, man. Sometimes I see shit from the AMC Discord or the AMC subreddit, and I hear inadvertently the things Matt and Trey say, and it makes me realize just how fucking stupid people are. That makes me sad. I'm sorry for everything I have said and done over the past 24 hours. It's been an emotional roller coaster for me. I've realized that my true place is as a degen flying high in the sky. Praise be to the Lady VWAP, and praise be to you, Darth Dan, Cardinal of Pickles and VWAP. I hate to see grown-ups cry on live streams. You don't need me to go on Matt Core's stream to see him cry. He does it like every other weekend that the stock goes down. Since today has basically turned into a radio call show, can I get that OG Dillionaire slapper in recognition of my membership diamond hands? Grizz, I'm gonna have to dig it up, but anything for you, man. Vintage Gurk, love it. I wonder at what point I should assume that Cat has fucked me for the intraday and get out of my calls so it can go up to 215. I wonder if I should exit some of my November 200s. They're up a lot. Dangerous Dan, not much to help with the move. Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween to you too, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Billionaire Club, how? Oh, Trina, it's in the description. There's a link for memberships. Okay, I'm out of these two. Cancel this. When Sanchi, I don't know, man. KNC, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up. I'll get you added. I appreciate it, dude.
I want to be a billionaire, so freaking
Yo.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Okay, so I can see how somebody might get the idea.
No, you can't. You can't. Well, you can get a 0 DTE if you have no day trades left. But if you sell it, you're gonna get a pattern day trader violation.
Gets praised, so the stock gets so raised. Gurk leads us and feeds us with entertainment for days. We don't got great Kool-Aid, so it can't be a cult. We chant and have members, but it ain't Popeye's fault.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
It can't be a call. It's impossible. We still have to pay our taxes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you guys all so much for the memberships. Now knock it the fuck off. All right, no more. No more members. Public service announcement. In honor of spooky season, all rees shall reboo. Praise to VWAP. Thank you, Dan. I don't know why you guys are doing this. It's driving me insane. Gherk, are you well? It feels like it's been a long time since we last had a transaction in the alley behind your house. Are you doing anything special for Halloween? No. We would like to humbly request you let Stefan do his thing today, as well as make the splin pickle we need. I will consider possibly giving Stefan some hours, but splin pickle, I don't know. People just throwing money at Gherkin Alphabet. Leo Spaceman, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club.
I want to be a billionaire, so freaking bad.
And Trina. Thank you so much, Trina. I appreciate it. Oh, wait, you know what? I have this one. I'm gonna get out a few of my November 200s right now. Half? Yeah, I'm gonna get out a half. Thank you so much, Trina. Crisper in your jeans. Thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man.
Welcome to Cornishon.
Cornishon. Cornishon.
I won't be awake at the end of the stream. How should I get a hold of you? Same way. Don't worry, I don't ever sleep. Probably profit taking. It's not because it's worth less, Tom. But my November 200s are way up, so I feel like I should take advantage of some of that. Is this where you read the scripture of the financial theory on ViewUp? Any thoughts on Prague? Yeah, I really don't like all the interest surrounding it. It's too popular. Too many people are in on it. It's like their subreddits like really fucking pump and dumpy. Oh, you bitch. It's gonna run now, isn't it? Of course. I headed to all-time high, right? Am I from Colorado? No. I've been there once. What were those market orders for options? Were those market? No, there were limits. So if you buy and sell options the same day, you will get a strike. For PDT? Yeah. I believe so. Do options affect PDT? I've never gotten a PDT violation, so I'm not entirely sure. But I think if you buy and sell the same thing in the same day, you get a strike. Okay, yeah. And you can get 3 a week, right? Or is it just 2? You have 3 if you're on margin, 4 is when you get punished. Okay. That's so annoying. Would you be selling some of your pickle drawings as NFTs? Probably not. I don't know. Maybe. What would happen if the people on the other side of the GME trade bought 3,900,000 calls for the end of January? Nothing? It's just a volatility hedge, likely. Will Pickles picks continue for Billionaires post MOASS? I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to keep doing this after MOASS. That's on Loop Ring. It's cool. I have a bunch of it. It's going up. Yeah, this is gonna happen. Was it chasing to get into Loop Ring now? I don't think it's... I think it's not that high right now. Yeah, it's only at 52 cents. So no. Ooh. Will the book make sense without having a physical copy? I think so. I think Cat's following yesterday's trend. It might be. I think this is my favorite thumbnail yet. It's incredible. This one was made by Fluffiosa. It's pretty incredible. If I wanted to buy 210 calls on GME for Feb before the 21st, would it make sense to sell them on the 23rd, 24th, then increase the strike and get more for the same day? Yeah, you can roll them up. That's what that is. You're just rolling them up. I don't know if I'll be turning pickle drawings into NFTs. Maybe. If they can keep this up past January, I'll be impressed. It'll be interesting. Could you make an Xmas calendar and sell them, please? Yeah, I have a link for Coinbase in the description. View up. Just focusing on releasing music for MOASS. It's interesting. Hmm. Coinbase feels like RH for crypto. Is there a better choice? Kraken's okay. They've all had similar issues, as far as I know. Oh man, today's gonna be pretty boring. We'll have to figure out weird shit to talk about. What Coinbase has is a shitload of assets under management. Do you bleach? Bleach what? Did you see my question earlier? Probably not if I didn't respond to it like, have you ever heard about our Holy Lady View Op and her servants of the Dans? Yes. No, no more of that. Please, dear God. Thank you for providing so much excellent content. It was really helpful. Cool. Do you name your cars? No. No, I don't. Although I know people that do. In the retail, in the retail is MOASS clip from Wednesday. You mentioned 19 days where there would be some price movement. Is that 19 trading days? Is 19 days where there will be no price movement, Clancy? Like, very likely that we will not see any price movement for the several days. Yeah, that's trading days. 18 now. Tesla makes you name them? Seriously? Moonwin, what did you name your Tesla? Is it called GME CCs? Bad luck not to name your car. I don't believe in luck. I think it's bad luck to believe in luck. Did you sell cat on that rip? I closed some of my 200s. Took some profits. What effect would there be if retail started buying options on stocks that the MM was Citadel and retail was profitable doing so? I mean, outside of GME? I don't know. It's hard to some of them. It's hard to determine their position, right? If they're short or long. Like we know they're short GameStop, but we don't know that they're short a lot of other things. The 13Fs are misleading. Cat about to break out. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, there's a thumbnail. It just might not be working on your end. You could try refreshing it. Would a 215 for November 19th be a decent play for Cat? I don't think so. I mean, I have my 215s in December. 215 for November 19th. It could happen, but it's not a lot of time. Only stocks they are market makers for. I don't know. I feel like it's better to focus on one point of weakness than multiple. Like I don't think that hurts them by trying to drive volatility up in multiple assets that they're short IV on. I don't think hurts them more than driving it up in one. Is this week the IRNT play you were expecting, or do you think that'll happen a few months out? I think it'll happen a few months out. Unfortunately, I think it's going to probably happen around the time the GameStop rips. But it's hard to say. That movement the other day was weird. I think it had to do with their news of like joining in with Microsoft, like teaming up with Microsoft on that project. I honestly don't remember that much about it. Oh shit. I haven't updated Reddit. What's happening with Cat? It might be falling towards max pan. I took a little bit of profits out of my Novembers. Volume dried up like shortly after open, so I'm not expecting too much upside today. Hopefully it can hold 205 or 202.50 in that range. You play the old Zillionaire song? I played it earlier, John. Made a couple grand on cat calls I bought yesterday. Sold at the rip. Awesome, man. Can you play the old billionaires? Is this shorting good? I mean, no. What do you mean good? I mean, it's expected. That doesn't mean it's good. I don't care about it. What's max pain's 175. Do you have less power? You would. About my first option. Are you proud of me? Congratulations, Curtis. You should just have a box of for Max Payne on the screen. Maybe. I think options will be cheaper next week on GME. Yes. Me fell off a cliff. Oof. Rough. I mean, this is definitely still just people taking profits, right? It still looks good. It's holding 11. I said this wasn't a short play. Like you could have made money on it in the short term, but it's definitely like a longer play. I thought I indicated that in the Pickles picks, but yeah, this is like November, late like mid-December. Because there's going to be a lot of profit taking at 12.50. Especially after this period of people bag holding. You can expect it to like if it can hold up here, that's good, right? And then it has room to move to the upside. But it's gonna need to at least hold like $11 for a few days. It's just bouncing off the long-term trend now. Oh well, I guess it's not, because wrong time scale, but Visa came up a little. Nice entry it opened. Baba. Meh. The market doesn't look that impressive. Do you think you'll make a post for Wall Street Bets? I think I'm still banned there. AMC is down 50 cents. Why are my 0 DT way out of the money, but it's not printing? I bought 210 on Cat this morning for next week. I'm down 50%. Would you keep holding them? Cat might bounce, but it might not. It might just trade flat. How did you get banned from Wall Street Bets? I made a post about the flash crash in March. And I got banned for like spreading FUD or something. They were just banning everybody at that point. Like if you wrote GME or MOASS in a post, they would just ban you. My WeBull keeps crashing. What GPU are you on? I have an AMD. I posted it about 20 minutes before the flash crash when I started seeing like a shitload of in the money puts coming in. And then I got banned. Also how I got banned from Matt Core's YouTube channel. Are your cat December calls quarterly? Not much liquidity and the other December strikes. What? Yeah, they're for the 17th. There was plenty of liquidity. People sell out? No. There's tons of liquidity. What is better for GME out of the money IV play? April 460, June 680. Both around 1125 mid. GME out of the money IV play. April 460 or June 680. Is this GME? No, it's... April 460. IV is 109. June 680. IV is 117. So the Aprils have more room for IV. Although June 460s are probably better than the April ones. Yeah, they are. Picked up some me calls on that dip to 11. Nice. Do options need to be hedged? They can be. They don't need to be. Not a lot of OI yet. Yeah, there isn't a lot of OI yet. It'll pick up. Why would view up for the SPY keep going up, but the price keeps going down? View up on the SPY keep going up? What? Because there's more volume here. Right, so you're seeing like the price go down and VWAP go up. That's because there's more volume on these two candles than there probably were on these, right? Is volume weighted? So this like push has a lot of volume compared to the drop. It's crazy to me that GME 950 122 is 186. I expect them to get lower. It's confusing when the volume is showing the drop is more. Is it? Hold on. Maybe it's just WeBull. My goodness. 1, 3. It is weird. There's more volume on this candle than there is on like almost this whole run up right here. I'm not sure. Well, VWAP went up here. I don't know, it's possible that a lot of the volume on this candle traded like on the higher side of it. And that raised it. That's all I can really think of, unless there's something wrong with the data today. Again. Try refreshing it. No, it's still staying up. I'm not sure. It's weird. Let me check it somewhere else. I think it might just be a problem with WeBull. Oh, no. Session open. See, what I don't see elsewhere is I don't see the spike in VWAP. So, like, it shows this, but it shows it, like, smooth. I don't know why this data's offset. Like, this one's green. That makes sense that it would push up. But it also has to do with the price traded, right? So, like, VWAP should be here, like where the EMA 60 is. It shouldn't have spiked on the dip. Yeah, I'm not sure. It might just be like a data issue. Oh, gross. Erto, put your stream up. YouTube recommends trades. Of course they do. He's got like fucking 400,000 subscribers or some shit. I felt like I have to sell a few shares today. I went all the way in this summer, and now I need some scratch. That's on price action today. I mean, it doesn't look good. Probably stay around 180 if we're lucky. I respect trades. Good to know, Smooth. Reverse head and shoulders on cat. It's reversing. Is the weekly view up useful for longer time interval trades? You could just use other moving averages at that point. Follow up, can you please explain why not? You can, I mean, I don't really use the weekly VWAP. I'll use longer term VWAP, like yearly or weighted, which is fine because you can expect generally, depending on the stock, the price to return to its average at some point. So if it's significantly below its average, I will look for, like a bounce back to that. But that's, I mean, one of many factors. If Max Payne is still around 170 this week, does this 180 price represent a significant amount of exposure for the MM to cover next week? No, a $5 difference isn't going to mean that much. Right? Like, we really want to see a lot of exposure, you really want to see the price close significantly above Max Payne on Friday. Like, a little bit is nice. It keeps the price level, and makes it harder for them to push it down the following week. Yeah, Dillionaire is where the Pickles picks is, Keith. Unbelievable. Cost average is 220. Do you think I should hold? Do you want to? Why are they not pushing us down to max pan? I mean, they may still have FTDs to cover into today. Today is what, T+3? But probably not a lot of them. It looked like yesterday they just returned all those borrowed shares. I would say that was most of our price action yesterday, was returning those borrowed shares. Fidelity up, Like what? Fucking 1.1 million shares, and IBKR up like a few thousand. We need 2 pigeon whales on screen. You're correct, Darth Dan. I'm sorry. That's my bad. Where is this? There we go. If we hold 180 today, that's bullish as fuck. It's pretty bullish for us to close above max pain at all at any given time. You skipped over the rest of my message, and it's disheartening. I'm going to head out for a little bit. Can you put a pigeon wheel on the chart to make sure the pros know their place in this channel? They're below the pigeon wheels, the riffraff. Oh, VWAP down cycle. If you could do triangle thingy you do on the SPY, that would be great. I held calls overnight. On GameStop? Casey? Or on the SPY? Why whale models? CS buys always come in between 10 and 11 now. Do other brokers like TDA have shares to borrow also? Or they don't make that info available? Some of them might, yeah, but I don't know where to find it. I'd love to have a place where I could see all the shares to borrow. Not just like fucking IBKR. The real Sim Pickle. Yes, celebrate my elitist superiority and quiver in your poverty as I generously pepper your 04 Corolla with my pigeon wheel droppings from on high. And there's nothing wrong with a 1998 Corolla, all right? You told me if I should go as a man bear pig or a vampire for Halloween. Which one requires you wear more costume? Corn Trader. FOMO Friday Gamma Rama. I mean, we were coming up with the SPY there for a second. There's some open interest at 185, 187, 190 is pretty good. 200 solid. Like there's actually like a decent ramp, but I don't think we'll get the price action to push us up. What's it look like on put side? Not a lot of puts, so that's cool. Can someone help me stop paper handing my options? What's on your radar for next week? Lots of earnings coming in. Just wonder what you're looking at with some potential. Maybe. I haven't really looked into it. I'll probably do research this weekend if I get a chance. Can someone help me stop paper handing my options? Just that's not necessarily a bad thing if you're making money. Calls on JT. 3 NSYNC songs were played last night over a 3-hour period of listening to the local pop station. Interesting. Maybe he's got a new album coming out. How soon are you able to start moving into a new place? Today? Plot twist, he isn't. Don't say that. Why is my call option profitable when it's under strike and prior to expiration? Probably because IV went up or the price went up. That makes your contract worth more money, Robert. I'm not moving to Philly. I stayed up all night and just ate at Remedy Diner on Houston. How can I reform my ill habits? That sounds like a good time, Chakaseki. That's the name of the street. It's not Houston. I've used 74% for 1126. Do you think the Ivy will drop more? Yes. You mentioned you could only foresee the government stepping in if an affinity pull occurs. However, at what point do you think that intervention would happen? I have no idea. It would just depend on how long the stock stayed in that state of a squeeze. I don't know what price point it would happen at. $245 East Houston. In Georgia, they pronounce Houston as Houston, and they'll argue the death of they are right. All right. It's not Houston. I grew up in fucking New York City, DJ D22. It's called Houston Street. I know how it's spelled. House Dan. You don't want one of those. My WeBull is so much slower than yours. How much do you pay for WeBull and what comes with it? Are you hardlined into the computer? I have fiber and I'm in New York City, so that helps. But I'm not like hardlined into the market. I have NBBO data, which is $10 a month, I think. Can Americans in here tell me why Kansas and Arkansas are pronounced differently? No. You're growing a ponytail? No, I cut all my hair off. Houston shills. We hired a house Dan once. Our dog is still missing. Yeah, it's best that they remain behind the Wendy's dumpster and you don't bring them home with you. Nothing on the watch list looking very interesting today. Ah, crap. Do we still have any room to the upside? I guess we could hit 187 today. Like right there. This doesn't look very promising. So is this what the next 3 weeks are going to be like? Well, Moonwind, here's the question. Are you asking me that so you can sell covered calls? If you are, then the answer is no. We're going to rip out of the blue to like $300 one day. Well, 1123 $200 call options be cheapest that morning. You mean 1126 $200 calls for on 1123? Nesquick? Probably. Why aren't they shorting us to 175 when it's clearly in their interest and they have the ability to? Does this mean they're running out of ammo? No, not necessarily. They just don't care, right? IV's static and staying low, dropping. They'll suppress the price when they need to. Did PFI address the post that got on the front page of Reddit from SS? No, what was it? If GME would release an NFT dividend, not happening, would the fail dates still matter? Yes. Or does the NFT dividend accelerate the move up even though the big fail dates are in January? It would just accelerate it. I mean, okay, so there's no NFT dividend. Even if they were to release one, the fail dates would still matter because they would still get gamma exposure on those dates. If the answer is no, oh, then just flat for a few weeks. Yeah, I know the Epic Pen's off. I think it's because I resized this window. All right, let me try. Let me see how far off it is. It's pretty spot on for WeBull. It's just for Chrome. Because I have like the bookmark stuff zoomed. It's like zoomed in. These new line graphics are on point. You have come a long way. The power hour music, these whale birds flapping, got rid of that hippie hair. Thanks, ZW. Hello, answer me. I said it wasn't for CCs. What's the real answer, Pickle Man? I don't know. A South, dude, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, bro. Riku. I appreciate it, man. Damn it. Where's the song? I gotta find the song. I lost it. What did I do with it? I need to create like a soundboard or something for this stuff. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Pigeon Wells, Flock. We have a new member. Enjoy your ascension above the pores, sir.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. I scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. Pigeon whales coo and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named V. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper-handed bitch you see, but most likely you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling cover calls like Moomin, cause that's fucking rough. Once a day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Gherk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously guys, not a cult. Not a cult.
Everybody laugh at Moonwind. Because it's funny. A South, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that, dude. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll make sure to get you added to the Billionaires Country Club and the Royal Pigeon Whale Society. I appreciate it. I was trying to be humble, Fluffy Osa. Wow, you actually got Tupac to do your songs? GG tweet about DRS? Don't just say that without sending me a link, Secure. Do you prefer 60 EMA and 50 EMA? Seems more standard. God, you're a pain in the ass, Primal Stuff. If you ask me one more question about EMA, I'm gonna fucking time you out. I swear to God. On mobile, haven't read it. No. He's asking me questions about the exponential moving average and why I'm not using the one that whatever trader or thing he's reading is using or says is the norm. I don't like it. In my backtesting, the EMA 60 has been a little more reliable. That's different for everyone. That's why I said, Stefan, you've got to develop your own strategy. Learn how to use EMA, manipulate it to make it do what you need it to do. You don't need to use the standard. There is no norm or standard. I lied. It was Lauer. You need to use the EMA 9000. Who's the EMA rap god? It's a good question. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Maybe Peter Lynch. Peter Lynch could be the EMA rap god. Is EMA an island boy? I have money burning a hole in my pocket, and the short hedge funds do not have the decency of dropping the price. I know, it's really shitty of them. In my last cult, the leader would disappear for days at a time. Lauer tweet saying AMA next to someone well wrinkled and DRS stuffs. Cool. What the pickle is the Gator oscillator? E-Trade has it. It looks trippy. Do you know? Oh man. It uses smooth moving averages. I'm trying to remember. I haven't used it in a long time. I think it uses 3 set at 5, 8, and 13. If I'm not mistaken. It's like based on the idea that stocks spend most of their time trading in a channel and like some percentage of their time trading above it, and that profits to be gained on those equities exist in these like windows where the stock trades above or below. It's just like a signal oscillator kind of. I guess is the best way to describe it. I don't use it. I don't like it. I feel like it's really only useful for trying to predict bigger moves, but it usually just predicts a move to the upside from the bottom of a channel. But it's I don't like it without like having a better understanding of momentum and other things that would possibly make that move more significant. Could you do me a solid and help me put my daughter to bed and say goodnight, Serena? Good night, Serena. GME appears not to be neutral, making money off Max Payne. It's possible. UK pickle here. Clocks change on Sunday, so I can get my daily pickle hit an hour earlier than usual. Bullish. Oh, when the fuck is the time change? Guys, don't forget members only stream for especially for all of you guys that became members today in an effort to, I assume, drive me insane. Was or is at 12:30 on Sunday. Schedule the stream for 1 a.m. Sunday to create confusion. Interesting. No, it's going to be our Halloween members only stream. It's going to be exciting. You're the first YouTuber that I bought a subscription for. Well, worth it for the stuff I learned on here and the laughs. Thanks, Kirk. Thank you, A South. I really appreciate it, man. It means a lot. You got it, Kaioshin. Yo quiero más, GME. ¿Dónde está el dip? I don't know. It'll happen. We'll get the dip. Don't worry. The Halloween stream, will you dress up as Mo Money, please? How do I do that? Do I just need to get like... Where does one buy Steve Jobs turtlenecks? I know about 30 different dudes who live in SF that all wear those fucking things all the time, and I still don't know where they buy them. Kohl's. Does it make sense with GME being listed on NYSE? The order book doesn't list any orders there. I see OTC and lots of NASDAQ. Yeah. That's not that weird. I mean, there's still orders for NYSE. Just market orders. NASDAQ doesn't have a floor exchange. It's a digital market. So it makes sense that the limit orders are on NASDAQ and that like market orders would come from NYSE. Your Spanish is spot on, bud. Thank you. You can get them in Houston. Ross? Dress for less? CT people who think Houston, Texas, and Houston in New York City are the same thing. There's a Houston Street in New York. Here we go. Let's do this.
Houston Street.
See?
Houston Street.
One more time.
Houston Street.
And then...
So we're going to be looking at and always around the subscribing.
This is horseshit. Why is that video so long?
Houston.
See?
Houston.
Houston is the city. Houston is the street. Get fucked. Kiss my briny ass. Which clam chowder is best? Manhattan, New England, or Rhode Island? New England. Just no question. How does Halloween in New York work? That's fake news. You edited it live? That's impressive. You can use Black-Scholes model and an options calculator. Yeah. Also, Houston was first. By, like, what, a couple 100 years? I was hoping that you would have picked one of those troll pronunciation things. Chat disconnected, unable to chat. But you just chatted. It really is kind of coming up. Doing the intraday cup and handle, but at a lower range than yesterday. DJ D22, you're just mad that you're wrong. It's okay. I understand. But don't be. Learn. Be like, oh shit, I was wrong. And then take that wrong and use it going forward and be right. I too am unable to chat. I am much too busy. Stop bothering me. Okay, user. Houston, Texas was named after Samuel Houston, pronounced the same say as the city. Or it could be Dutch. I'm not really sure their original pronunciation or like what language, but it could be English or Dutch. Call him Houston. Maybe it is. Maybe it is Houston Wade. I'll ask him the next time we speak. I don't know, but I'm kind of pissed I sold my 185s now. Edit 2. No, the volume's actually kind of decent. It's going up on some volume. We doing a thing? We might be. We'll see. Maybe Ken's watching the stream and he thought it would be funny to have Mooin sweat this week. I mean, ETF FTDs, but they shouldn't be super significant. I mean, this is still not significant volume, right? Like, we could easily test, like, 185 and fall back down. Well, if AMC is also moving, then it's definitely ETF. Interesting. ETF FTDs. DJ Lamb, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream's over.
I want to be a billionaire so freaking bad.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Wouldn't Kathy Wood buy GME? I don't know. Bought 6 shares. That's his green kids. Hey, check out my new condo in Soho. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's obviously ho. Soho. Because it's only 2 fucking letters. Sorry if you talked about this. Could what SS is doing with the R all post, convincing people to buy, be considered collusion or something? I haven't seen the post that you're referring to, Pirate Angel. So I don't know. What are your thoughts on machaca burritos? I don't know. Sounds good. Is that like the stewed beef? Anyhow, have a great weekend. I'll ask 1,000 questions next week, so you'll need to rest. Later, Mads. Thank you. Yeah, I saw a bunch of posts about people being like, oh, I'm new to GameStop. What's happening here? And that just seemed weird. Your stewed beef? Thanks, Daddy's little nut meat. I'm a broke student with only enough money to buy a share at 173. Do you think we'll reach the lower 170s at least once before the November run-up? I mean, I hope not. Like, if we can hold 180 into November, that's fucking awesome, right? I don't know how much volatility is going to pick up between now and then. I think it's going to drop, right? But today is unexpectedly volatile. Or at least that run was. We'll see. People pumped a screenshot of a comment about buying in at 182 to be a millionaire to R all. Oh. Dude, that one candle had like 180k volume. Had 73,000 volume. It's a chunk, yeah. It's like a sixth of today's volume. What would significant volume be? Like millions in a day? I think the last day that we had significant volume was August 24th, and that was only 10 million. Literally all of those people will sell at 250 and think they're geniuses for making $70. Probably. Who cares? That post is definitely going to get quoted for collusion and financial advice. It's bad juju. Okay, it's only collusion if there's like... Oh, god damn it. I can't think of the legal term. There has to be a negative repercussion for not doing it. Enforcement mechanism. Thank you. Yeah, so like proof or ban for someone shoving is collusion to get someone to shove a banana up their ass, right? Yeah, it's also really hard to collude in a public forum. Clearly Reddit manipulating the price again. Maybe. According to the SEC, right? Intraday cup formed, now forming the handle. All I know is I'm about to buy another 185 if they're cheap. What's the cheapest option I can buy with the lowest IV? Right here. Yeah, I know it's expiring today. So does that mean if we hypothetically said we should all buy 300 Cs on February 3rd, 2022, we'd be okay, hypothetically? No, market makers sell you these options. Market makers also have to hedge these options. Edge on Doko. If I make over 50K on options in January, I will do an expensive line slam. Dislikes incoming from the options evil people. It's fucking stupid. Whatever. Remember when Wharton got everyone buying 800 Cs for July, then nothing happened? I do. Wharton was also an idiot. And based his entire thesis off one of the worst DDs I've read in this entire fucking thing. Not the point. The point is everyone already owns most of the GameStop they're going to buy at this point. And leverage is probably the key to creating a short squeeze. I know everyone thinks there's other ways, but likely no. That was shorting. Interesting. Can you draw a triangle so we can break out of it with ETFs? Yeah, if by buying options you're giving money to MMs, right? And by losing on options you're losing money to MMs, then the inverse is true, which means if you make money on options, you're taking money from MMs. I made 4,000% on 800s in February. Take that, haters. Give me big leverage and I'll move the world with GME. I mean, the SEC gave us the cheat code, right? They were like, well, you know, this wasn't a gamma squeeze, and it wasn't shorts covering, and it wasn't like Like, so it wasn't a short squeeze. It wasn't a gamma squeeze. All of the price action was retail buying and market maker activity. And that was because of fucking leverage. It wasn't because people were buying the stock like crazy. It was because people on Wall Street bets had bought the fucking options like crazy. No one can time the market. I was pretty right on August 24th and pretty right on the 13th, the 21st, and the 26th of this month. I was right about the run up in June. Seems like you can time it, especially when the only people trading the stock are the same entities over and over and over again. But not timing it like that, I see. So like the Friday before August 24th, when I was like just fucking loading up on options, that was just not predictive at all. Now, I was wrong about the roll. They didn't roll, but at that point I didn't know they couldn't do that. Anti-option sentiment is just ignorance. I love how Reddit is like, when has any of this pickle guy's predictions come true? That's like 2 people, though. I hate that I bought 0 DC puts for today. Is it because you lost on them? If you're making informed options decisions and not doing stupid shit like buying 0 DTEs, there's lots of money to be made. You wouldn't be hearing about people eating fucking ramen noodles and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches every day for months on end. You know, if they'd made intelligent options plays throughout this whole thing, if they'd bought time, everybody doing this would be fucking rich already. You know what DFE did? DFE bought options. He bought conservative options. He bought far dated, out of the money calls with the intention of seeing the stock go up. God damn it, chicken tender daddy, you son of a bitch. That's not what the word means. I only buy super out of the money calls, and only one of us is a multimillionaire. Checkmate. Did they call that investing or something? No, that's crazy. No, it's just giving market makers money. TFV clearly gave all 50 million of his dollars to market makers. Jesus Christ. Did you load up on 827 weeklies for the 824 run or different expiry date? I had them out to quad witching. So I had weeklies, and I had 917s. I think I had 910s. Was it 910? I don't remember the date. Yeah, I think it was 910, 917, and 8 was it 827s? I think it was 827s. Abe, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord, and I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club.
I want to be a billionaire, so freaking bad. Praise me up, but hashtag not a cult.
Yo.
Yeah.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
But you can take an amount of capital. Thank you again, Abe. Hold on. I gotta reset Epic Pen. So if you had like $1,000, right? You can put, 30% of your capital on like weeklies, right? And then you can put, another, like, say, 40% of your capital here on monthlies. And another 30% of your capital out here on quarterlies. Right? And this, obviously, like, this will present more leverage. This will present less leverage, but more, like, less risk. And then this kind of is, in the middle. But, like, you could buy $300 worth of, like, 2 DTEs for very, very cheap, right? You might be able to get, like, 4 or 5 contracts, depending on the price and strike, right? And then you could spend $400 on, like, the next monthly date, which would be from November, December 17th. You might be able to pick up like 2 contracts there at a slightly higher strike, right? And then you could spend another $300 like out in January and pick up 1 contract there, right? And then, if things go as expected, you can sell the whole bundle, right? And then you can buy into a more conservative position in February. But if it all fails, you're out, really just that $300 from the 2 DTEs, right? So if it doesn't play out, you really haven't lost much, but you've gotten a lot of leverage, right? So if it does play out, you make a shitload of money. If it doesn't, you lose $300, but the rest of your options that you bought further out are pretty safe. Now you can hold those and wait, for that time to approach. But like, you can't make money without spending money. And yeah, it costs nothing to hold and the stock does go up. But, like 52 shares is $10,000 right now, right? $10,000 in options could represent leverage on thousands of shares. Clip that like toenails. What Warden did with his audience was fucking irresponsible. And it was super risky. He was just like, it's going up. And they believed him. And they bought in thousands and thousands of dollars on a date where, it didn't even look like anything was happening. I believe at the time I told people like nothing's going to happen there because a bunch of people reached out to me and they were like, oh, Warden thinks it's going to run tomorrow. And I believe I said T plus 35 is not being used correctly. It's wrong. That was the day I met the Holy Pickle. Bless your soul. Thank you, Phil. I appreciate it, man. I mean, we're on a Friday, right? So this isn't the best example, but say, we had an inkling of an idea that we were going to rip today. You could, for $300, you could get 10 slightly out of the money contracts, right? And 2 days ago, that was probably, like 3. So like 2 DTEs would have been about, and they'll be cheaper. Interestingly, they'll be cheaper that week because of Thursday, right? Because it's a 4-day week. Because Thanksgiving. The liquidity is going to be weird on the weeklies, but I'll get into that later. But you could buy November 19th, for $400, you could get 2 260s, or you could look for like a lower IV strike. Like, actually 260s got decently low IV. Or you could get like 1 215 is nice, or 220, right? And you could buy actually kind of like that one, like a 3080 or a 3090 for December. If we were going to rip today, right? All of those would go into the money on a $20 price move to the upside. Every single one of them would be, up significantly, right? I think 2 things have happened. People have played shitloads of weeklies and lost tons of money by dumping all their money, like 100% of their available capital, into weeklies. Or alternatively, they have gone way up and not sold. So they never realized the gains on the position. And these are the 2 things that have, without a doubt, happened at some point to almost everyone holding GameStop, because we go way up and they're like, is this MOASS? And then they hold until they short the stock back down. But now we know when they regain their margin. We know when they run the stock. This is not the same as before. You're calling out August to me, and I don't like it. There's different ways to roll contracts, freaky style. Say you have... Okay, so normally there's 3 ways to roll a contract from a date where it runs, right? Or it, you know, it goes to the money. Whether the stock moves up or down, that's irrelevant. You can roll out to a later date, same strike. You can roll up to more leverage at a higher strike. You can roll down to less leverage and lower risk. You can also just roll up without rolling out. The triangle's leaking. Yeah. It's just on the EMA. That's where I set it initially. There. We just reached the end of it without anything happening. We're still just consolidating in that same area between the EMA 30 and the EMA 60. Define up, out, leverage, and risk. To roll an option, you sell the option that you have, and then you buy one at a later date, generally. There's something interesting that can occur with the Februaries, right? If they go pretty deep in the money early, like in November, December, you can roll them up on February because you still expect all the price action to occur before February 18th, right? So you can roll them straight up. So say you buy 200 Cs for February. You can roll those up to 300, you know, if there's significant price improvement here, and then the price comes down a little bit going into January. You can sell here at the peak and then wait for the price to drop and then roll that same option up on the same date. So you can increase leverage by raising the strike. So you might be able to take those 200, sell them at the peak, say you have 5, and buy, you know, 20 300s on the dip. But the same date, right? But that's risky, right? Because then you're taking your guaranteed profits and you're betting with them again. But what you can do is you can remove your cost basis from the scenario when you roll. If you're rolling an option that's in the money, you can remove your cost basis, put that back in your bank account, and then you're not losing any money, right? Technically, like your account balance at the end of it will be the same as it started. Because you've taken some profits out, right? Now you're just playing with house money. Yeah, I knew the risk too. I was way up in August. But if they had rolled, I would have made millions, right? The other benefit of this is they are very likely in the next quarter to run the stock hard again, right? And if you have options that capture that movement, you can sell them at a profit. And that makes holding for fucking however many more quarters much easier, right? Like I have a lot of GME stock, and when it moves up and down, the losses and gains on the daily are sometimes hard to deal with, right? But, you know, I can hold because overall I'm up. So by making money on the movements like that, it shifts a lot of people to being positive on the position. People are very unlikely to sell a positive position. Most of your predictions are wrong. Not true. But thank you, K. Monsieur. I'm glad you feel that way. If you can provide me some evidence of that, I'd like to see it. Everyone said we were going to the fucking moon yesterday, and I said we might hit 180, like high 180s, 190 at most. The only people that say that are people who don't read my shit. And that's fine. I don't care what people think, honestly. I read it, and you, sir, are the only pigeon whale. Thank you, M-Dub. So there's some ETF FTDs today, but I don't think they're significant. I think we're just moving up, low volume. It's good that we're staying above max pain. I don't know if that'll hold through the end of the day, but it'd be nice. My feelings tell me sometimes you're not completely right. I'm not, and I admit it when I'm wrong. And it happens, and there, you know, but every time I'm wrong, I use that to learn something new about the stock, right? If I wasn't wrong and super pissed off in August about them rolling, I never would have found out what happens when they don't, right? Which led me to their gamma exposure. It led me to them being short variance. You know, like all of that is just more information that we have going forward. Because anytime I'm wrong, there's a reason, because I do the research. I think a lot of people think that like all of my DD is just technical analysis because there's a chart. But it's like very little of it is technical analysis. Most of it is fundamental analysis and analysis of the market mechanics that drive the movement of this stock. And your options for poor strategy is the idea to sell all the calls, weeklies, monthlies, quarterlies, after the spike, and then buy more Feb calls with the profits. Yeah. Because that preserves your risk, right? Then your position is not nearly as risky anymore. So that's how you go from being poor and not having enough money to leverage to being, you know, okay and having a decent position in a more conservative option. That's how you protect your ass. Now you can take some of those profits and keep them in weeklies to keep accruing profits throughout the cycle. Come on, admit it. You really call California psychics every day? Is that a thing? I've made more money following this channel than any other channel using the DD and making the decisions for myself, of course. So I'd say you're doing something right. Awesome, Pog. Like, what I don't get is not using options. Even if only the people that understand and are comfortable using options use options. They should, because not using them means that there's no leverage against the short hedge funds, which makes it far more easy for them to manipulate the price. Please make Pi-Fi brand pickles be sold at my local Trader Joe's. You can call them pickle rockets. Thank you, NyQuil. A discount isn't guaranteed. I think it's likely. I think a discount is likely enough that it's worth waiting for, Robert Swetzko. But I mean, it's unfair because I'm in a position where if it starts to rip out of the blue, I can buy, expensive options ahead of the movement at any time, right? And like, I understand not everyone can do that. Even on the day when I was most wrong in the cycle, which was probably that second fail date, or it felt most wrong. Like, it still hit my low price prediction for the day. So it still did the thing I needed it to do, just didn't do it to as great of a degree, right? After you roll your weeklies into Jan Feb, would you consider selling some of the slight loss if you notice they aren't rolling their futures to prepare for the T35s? Yes. If I notice they're not rolling the futures to that midpoint in the cycle, if I don't see volume picking up, I'll sell out of those options, wait until the price dips going through the futures period, right? Because they can drive that price down. And then I'll buy back in before the expected run on December 22nd from the ETF leaps and GME monthlies. From the OPEX expirations. I'm just here for the chicks. Today I learned you can pronounce words however you want, and there are no consequences. It's just that both pronunciations are correct. And people who don't understand that are wrong. That's all. John Goldstein. So the price is $350 and you have a $300 call. You can buy 100 shares for $300 each. Yes. Or you can buy 25%. You can buy 25 shares for the value of your contract. Wait, no. That's wrong. Contract's 50 over 50 times 100. So you have 5,000. You can buy $5,000 worth of shares. Plus IV. Plus, theta and the other valuations, but roughly. That depends on which contract, what expiration, and so on and so forth. I'm putting 50K into November 24 weeklies. Jesus. Okay, even I'm not doing that. If we go up nicely, you get a new pigeon whale. Well, thank you. I'll definitely appreciate the 0.000000001% of your profits. Thank you kindly. Did you go in the money or out the money for February? 50K I would be out of the money. I would not buy. I mean, that's the most conservative approach, right? Is you buy in the money calls. So you could buy like 160s for February. And that's a super conservative approach because if nothing happens, your option's going to be worth about the same no matter what. The problem also with that is if the price goes up significantly, you're not going to get as much profit. So you protect your downside by capping your upside. But I mean, if the price goes up, you know, to $10,000 or $20,000 or $100,000, then it doesn't really matter. You're going to still make a shitload of money. I'm taking 1,200 out of SHIB to start learning options on GME next week. I wouldn't trade options on GME for the next several weeks. If you want to start learning options, paper trade them. Do not risk your real capital. You have 18 days or so to paper trade options and learn, watch videos, read Investopedia, learn as much as you can about options contracts before you use real money on them. So assuming you have the money as of today, does it make sense now to buy now or wait to buy April? If you're buying out in April, I mean, you're going to lose some value between now and November. So you're paying for theta you're not using, which I'm not a fan of. But and if you want to hedge all risk and potential catalyst, you could buy April's today, IV's low, and just let it ride. I definitely see this going into 2022. How can one paper trade options? You can look up options paper trading on Google. I know Thinkorswim has it. I'm not sure what other platforms off the top of my head. Does options decay every day or hour, minute, second? It's constant. Options theta decay is constant from the start of the contract till its expiration. If the contract goes in the money, that rate goes flat. I think I clipped the segment where I explained like just like a simple options like breakup. Where's the best broker for using call only options in your opinion? Not sure Fidelity is the best for options, so I might want to use a Neo broker. In my experience, the best execution I've gotten for options has been IBKR and WeBull. TDA is pretty good too, as is Schwab. For Europeans, I think IBKR is the only option. Like Pi-Fi. This guy is teaching you turds how to fish. That's not nice. Hey, we broke out. So So if we pretend today is Friday is the 19th, with the 24th coming up Tuesday, and we have 2,500 to play with, something like 500, 700 for weeklies, 9 to 10, 1,000 for December, and 9 to 1,000 for January. Yeah. Exactly. Very, very safe position, low investment cost, and all for the price of, 11 shares of GameStop. You can leverage thousands of shares. Right, Mitch? You just have to assume that any weeklies you buy are an automatic loss. Do you think WeBull's solid enough for the GME options plays specifically? I had options in WeBull in January, and I was able to sell them. That's all I can really say on that front. I was able to sell them most near or at the peak. Some on the way down, unfortunately. I just want to point out, with paper trading, you have to set the limit order to market ask to get your orders filled. Yeah, so that just means that when you go to do real options, you can do them slightly cheaper. And you can sell more profitably, right? Part of paper trading is getting comfortable using all of your order types. And yeah, I know it's limiting in that regard. Assume it's a loss. 50K on weeklies is tough to swallow. I mean, I wouldn't put 50K down on weeklies. I might put 10, but I'm greedy. Wait, so you bought your house in cash? No, I rented a place, dude. I'm not gonna buy property right now. It's overvalued. I don't care what you do, Floofy. That's not the point of this. That's insane and super risky. This up is ominous? Really? There's still no volume, Moon. Why are weeklies considered a loss? Because of the risk they present. I'm not saying they're always a loss, but whatever you put into a weekly, right? Like if I'm buying weeklies, I assume that the cost of the premium is lost when I purchase the contract. That is not the same for contracts I buy at later dates, right? One thing I know, PFI will sell at $1 billion per share because you will forget you had shares in a random brokerage. No, I think I know where all my GameStop is. Thoughts on cat? What's it doing? It's just chopping at 205. I got out of some of my November 200s earlier. It's holding 205, so I'm not concerned. If it drops below 205, I'll exit my the rest of my November 200s, and then I might get back into them later. But currently, those are all up. I think actually my Decembers are up now too, because I bought them on the dip. Yeah, they are. So I'm not super concerned, and I'm definitely not concerned about theta, right? What broker in Europe does options trading on the NYSE? I think IBKR. Someone said Saxo Bank. I'm not really sure for options are halted as well, yeah. Fairly well, Pores. I'm off to do pigeon whale things in the upper crust of society. Thank you, Real Slim Pickle. My point is GameStop could go up 30%, right? On one of those days or more. And this isn't an unreasonable assumption. If you have options, that's, 3,000%. Provided you buy the right ones. Worst case scenario, you sell them at the peak, you buy more shares of GameStop, you have more shares of GameStop. What are your December targets for Cat? If the bill passes next week, feel like doing a YOLO with far out of the money. You think 250 possible by December if the bill passes? I don't like far out of the money on it. My price targets are at my only options that I'm carrying that are out of the money right now on Cat are at 215 and is it just 215? I have some 220s, but not many, like a couple. If you look out on the daily, this level right here at 218.50 presents a pretty strong resistance. I do think if the infrastructure bill passes, Cat will climb back up to this range up here at 250, but I think it'll take some time. So if you're looking really far out of the money, I would make sure that you give yourself plenty of time to do it. Cat doesn't trade a lot of volume every day. It doesn't move quick. It's got a huge float. Made enough last couple months to grab a few Feb contracts that I'm sitting back and playing the waiting game. Got really good at that this past year. Awesome, Visceral. I think they vote on the infrastructure bill next week. Can you give us a quick rundown on the DANs? I feel some TA here would show its potential. What profit level are you looking at for on each contract? Is it percent or dollar amount? I mean, I'll be looking at the big resistances, right? 225, 250 for turnarounds. I don't expect getting to 225 will be an issue, but breaking through it is, without a doubt. There's a volume well here. Not a lot of volume trades between 190 and 225. So it can rocket up to 225 on just like hedging. But it tends to fail the 225 resistance. At least in our last run up it did. This one may have, greater volatility. It may hit 250. It may hit You know, once you get past 250, FOMO really starts to kick in. And so the range from 250 to 300 basically always fills. Anytime that we've hit 250, we have hit 300 and 350. So I will assume that if it's not defeated at 250, that it's going to continue to run. But once you're that far in the money, you're not losing a lot of value if it slips $10, right? You're losing some, but not a lot. Because most of your options are probably down around 200, right? So you're super deep in the money at that point. SPY almost 459? Holy shit. Jesus Christ. I really don't like the SPY lately. It's got a ways to go. But it looks like it's coming up. This is significant. Crossing that previous failure and holding is very relevant. Now it can do one of two things. It can hit here and start to form a new trend, which is not ideal, or it could break through to the upside. So like this is actually like a point at which normally I would go long the SPY, but I would give myself time. So I usually when I play the SPY, I play 2 to 0 DTE. But this is definitely a point where I would be long, for it to at least test here. So I would be between in this range and probably like December. Do you have any worries about the 23rd, 24th? Even though it was talked about last time, does it worry you at all? They might have something planned to avoid it. No. I'm super confident in it. I do think that if they have a way to avoid it, they can only avoid it for like a tiny window. Right? Like they wouldn't be able to avoid it for like a week or something like that. It would be like at most T+1 or 2 from that first date on the 23rd. So yeah, even if they could push it out, they'd only be able to push it out like a day. Which would put it on the 25th, which is fine, right? But I'm still gonna have the majority of my capital in options at much later dates, right? So yeah, I'm not concerned because I'm not gonna lose the money that I have further out. I'll only lose money on weeklies if they could do something, which again, I do not think is possible. At what point would you sell your long-term SPY puts? I think I'm out already. I still have SQQQ, but that's more to do with the issues with the man, too many things to think about. Supply chain issues. I think that'll affect tech pretty heavily over this quarter. So Friday, the latest T+2. Yeah. And that would just be nuts, right? if they run it on a Friday. I don't think there's any way for them to move that. That run up represents gamma exposure on synthetic positions, which must be covered by, you know, APs and market makers. I don't think it's an option. I think if it was an option, they wouldn't have done it on the same fucking exact date every quarter for the last 5 quarters, right? They would have moved it. They would have moved it last quarter because the knowledge of it occurring last quarter was pretty strong already. I would say I was more shaky in thinking that it was going to definitely occur on the 24th in August than I am on November. Yeah, it can impact the VIX. Thoughts on opening up a TIF bank account? I don't know. I'm not a banker. Speak to your banker. Friday after 12. Let's get weird. Was watching your options for broke people and was wondering if I was understanding correctly. You're buying options November 23rd, expiring on the 26th in anticipation of price movement on the 24th. I will be buying options on the 19th, the 22nd for my weeklies. I'll be buying, well, actually all of them, and the 23rd. Anticipating price movement on the 24th. So I'll be buying them end of day here, on a low here, and opening bell here on the 23rd. Except for the ones that I already have. No, they can't. I don't think they can cover up to that date either, because it just represents gamma exposure from November 19th. So this has nothing to do with FTDs, which can be covered at any point during that T35 window. Yeah, the market's closed on the 25th, open again on the 26th. Can you explain the Greeks? I feel like there's videos and resources for that already. And me trying to do it live without a script, I don't want to explain anything incorrectly. You have theta, gamma, delta, and vega. And they all represent the pricing of your contract. You got to remember, I'm doing all of this live, right? Like I don't have like a script written. It's not like a video that I've produced. It's just me talking to you. And I feel like there's scripted resources for that are going to go more in depth and tell you more than I am on the fly. Why is anybody playing Chewy? There's no... So, here's something that I've noticed on Reddit that I just want to clear up. Ryan Cohen is not attached to Chewy in any way, shape, or form. Chewy was purchased from him and is now run by a separate company. He's a Moonwind type degenerate. I think they become most exposed here. I think this is the date of greatest exposure on the 25th of January. This represents ETF leaps, GME leaps, the culmination of the futures fail, oh, are my pigeon wheels in the way? Hold on. Oh, there's more. Short hedge funds will likely be exposed. Short positions as well. Because the price should be higher, right? So that puts pressure on the existing short positions. AMC should only move with GameStop when ETFs are being covered. ETF FTDs, some of which were due today, so I'm sure we have some corresponding price action with AMC today. But other than that, we should diverge. So probably all our upwards price action is similar. Oh. Yeah. This big volume spike around midday was very likely ETF FTD covering. Although that may be continuing, given that, you know, our price action is ascending. Okay, so the idea of them letting it run, it's not something they want to happen. They need to suppress price movement. If they let it run, it can get... We saw this shortly after August 24th. They let it run, briefly. One morning, we opened up at like 200, and within 3 minutes, we'd hit like almost 230. I think it was like 227. And then they slammed the price down because they had let it run. They had let it run into the existing gamma ramp, and the price action was too fast. They realized that right away and stopped the price movement on it. But it took them a great deal of money to do that. So yeah, they're not going to let it run to 400 or 500. If it runs to 400 or 500, they are in a very, very bad position. Do you expect a very harsh correction coming for real estate? I expect a crash, yeah. It's definitely a bubble, right? But that could be years. I don't know. I'd rather just pay rent and like money I would invest in property. I can invest in property other ways. Big thank you for sharing your knowledge, since many of us don't have the experience in knowing where to look for it. Not a problem, Chris. About 10, 11, 26, 250s. Those seem kind of out of the money. Also, yeah, your middle strike in January is higher. You want your strikes to go up. So say this is November 26th. This is January. This is February. This should be your strikes. So you want these strikes here on the riskier options closer to the money, right? Then these can be further out and then even further out in February. Could you elaborate on your rent versus investment in property? I mean, if you think about a mortgage as just being leverage of your down payment on a property, the rate at which property increases in price when it's not in a bubble is not very high. It's, you know, like what, 3% a year or something like that. There's better places to make money. Also, a mortgage represents like 1 to 5 leverage, and you can get better leverage than that with margin. Like you can leverage 1 to 8 with margin. So like a mortgage just really isn't that good. And the interest payments are way higher than margin is. So like if you took, you know, if you took 100 grand and you put it in the SPY, year over year, you would average 8 to 12%. But if you put 100 grand into a house, or buy a house for 100 grand, just outright, no mortgage. You're looking at like 3 to 5% a year, and 5% only in like a strong real estate market, right? And what's about to happen is, to hedge inflation, they will raise the rates on loans. Banks will raise the rates, and the Fed will raise the rate on borrowed money, right? And when that happens, house prices come down hard. I mean, you could buy a 100K house in a lot of places, Moonwin. None of them in which I would live, but it's just an example. Well, when that happens, D-Pipe, I'll buy a house. Right? Because that's the best time to buy it, is at the bottom. Just like everything else. I think they said November for tapering, but nothing fixed. That's another very risky way of doing it, level 6. Is you can buy lots of really far out of the money contracts. Like, I'm probably, for weeklies, I'm probably going to buy a fairly significant number of like 300 Cs for that week. I don't expect them to go in the money, right? But they will present massive amounts of leverage. Do you finance on the dip or pay cash? For a house? I mean, whichever one's more equitable, right? Tax benefits and sunk cost. I mean, it's not sunk cost. It provides you with a home, right? It's just part of cost of living. There are tax benefits to owning a home, but you can write off a lot of your rent also. If you work from home, you can write off a portion of your rent. What is the purpose of Citadel amassing a large position in AMC calls? Does that mean they will manipulate AMC and let it run up so they can profit? I think it's because when GME runs, people will FOMO into AMC and they will profit off of that FOMO. Being Halloween, what's your favorite horror movie, if any? I don't like horror films. I feel like they're all kind of bad. I hate to just swipe the whole genre with that, but I feel like it's mostly true that horror films are pretty awful. I don't understand why people like them. But thank you for the donation, Captain Ron. Do you think the collapse of Ariana Grande will affect us? So great when you elaborate to educate using your epic pen, especially when not hidden by pigeon whales. Glad to be learning along with you. All thanks, Kirk. Thanks, O there. I appreciate it, man. So if we're right about them being short volatility, then AMC is just a hedge against GME. They can go long AMC, and when the GME pumps, right, that creates interest and FOMO. They can drive a lot of that to AMC and profit off of the pump, as opposed to where on GameStop they're exposed. You gonna comment on that Johnson? It was cool. 142,000 shares. I mean, it'd be cooler if they didn't short the end of it immediately. Isn't max paying like 175? How are we trading at 185? Exposure. They're overexposed. It's very possible that, you know, they stuffed and tried to limit their exposure on the fail date, and we're seeing the effect of that. If they were using, you know, calls to mark FTDs long without actually satisfying them. I mean, there's a lot of bullshit, but essentially there is exposure today, right? Today is T plus 3 from the fail. So T plus 2, T plus 3 every time. Any date, any fixed date, T plus 2, T plus 3. That's their like window for fuckery. $200, $220 strikes for November 26 safe plays. They're right at my affordability range. I think 200s are. I'll be getting some 220s, but they could be an IV play, right? We may only run to like 210. I think 200s are like an in the money play, like a safer bet. Whatever $10 strike is below 200 available to me, I'll be buying those. I will be buying 200s. I will be buying 210s, 220s, 250s, and 300s. I don't want to keep spamming the question, but will the DTCC have 90 days to cover share purchases during MOASS? So there could be a massive delay, or is this an unknown? It's an unknown. Generally, during forced liquidation, you're going to just see covering happen immediately. I don't think they get 90 days. I think they can create a loan in order to cover that position and push off the the immediate capital expenditure to a later date. Any cover call opportunities after November 24th? I don't think so. There could be some weekly ones, depending on if they roll or they don't roll. There's that window in January, but not a lot of them. Moon, your insight is always dope, but lately it's been extra lit. You clipping the best bits is a great evolution of the channel. Keep it up and buy yourself a drink on me this weekend. Thank you so much, Chewy Baka. I appreciate that, man. Funds evenly distributed between strikes for 1126 weeklies. Yeah. Probably, I mean, well, they won't be evenly distributed, right? Like, they'll be distributed over a curve, right? Like, I'll have fewer near the money and more out of the money. So, like, at 300, I might have, like, 100 contracts because they're super cheap. Same, like 250, I might have like 75. 225, I might have 50. 200, I might have 25, right? And then like 190, let's say 15, 180, 10, 175, if we're that low, 5, right? So like the number of calls I have at each strike will go up as the strike goes up. Or maybe that's exactly what you were saying. It depends what you mean. What strike would you be looking at for Feb 18th calls? What week in November would you be looking to get into those? I'd be looking to get into my February 18th around November 19th. And I would be looking to probably get those near... Can I still sell this fucking piece of shit? We did not get an IV spike. I would be looking to get those. It'll depend on the price at the time. That's a lot of this has to be speculative because I don't know what we're going to be trading at in 18 trading days, and I don't know how low the IV is going to be, right? So it'll be based on that, but right now I'm looking at like 300s, 350s for February. So just like this would be my distribution for each expiration, my strike distribution over time will also be upwards, right? So my lowest strikes will be here and my highest strikes will be here. Now, as I profit off of these lower strike dates, I will roll those to higher strikes out here, right? So, or lower strikes out here. So some of those profits will go into, you know, creating a less risk-adverse position out in February. Or a more risk-adverse position out in February, sorry. Dan, thank you so much for the donation, man. I appreciate that. If I join Billionaires Club, will I be able to ask options questions? There's an entire options channel in there, Tammy. Some pretty informed people nowadays. It's growing, you know, people are learning. It's looking a lot better. And I weigh in when I can. I've been crazy busy lately, but I try to, if people tag me, get around to answering whatever questions you've got. Win move. Well, probably after my lease starts. We'll see. I have to have everything set up there so that I can just move my like my setup directly into that house and just plug it in and go. So it may take some time to get all that arranged. But if I have to take like a day off or something, I'll let everyone know. He says that it's better, but he hasn't looked today. Maybe I don't want to. Can we please get a Professor Gherkin drawing? I mean, what I see here is an opportunity, no matter what, for a lot of people to make a lot of money. And I don't want people to miss that. Not that I don't think MOASS will happen or that pressure won't remain on the stock, but I really do see this as being a huge opportunity for that to occur. Skono, I made monies on spy calls, praise VWAP, and JPA's money printer. Thank you so much, Skono. I appreciate it. I'm glad you did, man. Is the reason for buying on 11.19 is because you think Ivy will be lowest? No. The reason is because I don't want to pay for the theta, right? You don't pay for time you're not using. Every day you hold an options contract that you expect to do nothing, you pay for it, right? And so I will be buying those particular strikes then because I expect the move to occur shortly after, right? Dave's not. Man, I sure appreciate your dedication. I'm poorer than poor, but one of these days I'll be able to do more than like and subscribe. Don't worry about it, man. The like and subscribe is more than enough. I appreciate having you here. Quick question, is January 21st the target date for call options expiry? No. Actually, the January 21st calls kind of missed the window. Because I expect the movement on the 25th, and I think this is what actually was a big problem for last year's January running up, is that a lot of the calls expired out here, right? And really people should have been in calls that expired out here. If people were in calls that had expired out in February, I think January wouldn't have stopped. Which is, it's another interesting point to note on this whole situation, is that's a pretty big reason that MOASS didn't happen in January. Is because a lot of people got out of their options here because they were expiring, right? Remember I told you guys that story about how I bought, Tesla options and like Tesla just kept going up into my expiration date. I ended up selling it like Friday, like minutes before close. Last year on GameStop, that was a really similar situation. People didn't have their options out far enough, and so they sold at the beginning of the run-up, right? And through the run-up, instead of being able to, like, hold and let it keep pushing. So if they'd had expirations out in February, they would have been able, like, the stock would have kept running. So they were able to get deleverage from those positions, and, they no longer had to hedge those like super in the money call options. And they got gamma exposure after that, right? But not a lot. Vorname, Dave's not H3R3, man. You dropped something. Oh, that's super cool of you, man. Thank you so much, Vorname. And thank you so much, Dave. Not sure you set a stop, but cat is falling below 205. Just FYI. Is it, or is it bouncing on 205? Nope. I don't have a stop set. So thank you for letting me know. I miss a lot of these when I'm streaming. It's not good. I'm getting better at not like live managing my positions and just using stops, but sometimes I miss out on some profits. So I appreciate that. Yeah, so I'm gonna ditch my November 19th 200s for now, because this doesn't look great. Thank you so much for letting me know, man. I appreciate that. Do you think market makers are gonna add higher strikes to Feb or anything? Agree up 35%. So what I did was I set a stop loss. I didn't sell them, but I have a stop loss. If it falls below like 204.75, I'll sell. Not saying it's, what's the purpose? Purposely timed uncomfortable pause. I just heard Lady VWAP shudder in her boots. I don't sell covered calls on GameStop because of catalysts, right? So like I can do all the predicting in the world, but I can't predict GameStop releasing a press release or, you know, the shorts just randomly deciding to cover. And for that reason, I only sell CCs or CSPs. So I sell CSPs right now. I have some at 170, which is way down here. I sell CSPs, and because I think the floor of GameStop, while the upside is very volatile, I think the floor is very stable. Tammy, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire. I appreciate that. Let me hit you up with a sweet chant, and you hit me up over on the Discord with your information. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as I get a chance. Are you a car guy? I like driving and I like cars, but I grew up around like a lot of mechanics, so my appreciation of cars is weird. Like I value like build quality and reliability over like speed or flashiness. I've driven a lot of those cars. They're fun. I've owned a couple. It's just not my thing. When I was younger, yeah, nowadays, eh. Maybe worth mentioning, options chain liquidity with OI can impact entries and exits. It can, but if we're looking at a January type situation, Nutsaculon, the options were very liquid, right? Like at almost every strike, because the stock was running so hard. There was so much interest. But yeah, you do want to look at strikes, especially even dollar strikes like 210, 220, 200, because they do have a higher OI than like weekly in between strikes. But at the same time, sometimes there's a big advantage to be gained by having those, because those like off value strikes can have lower OI, lower implied volatility and stuff. So sometimes there's a really good deal to be found there, and more room for growth. So like sometimes like 20250s can be a better buy than 200s. Like you're not gonna have a if they especially if they go in the money, you're not gonna have an issue with liquidity. Explains why you hate Teslas. They're boring to mechanics because nothing breaks. That's not true. Lots of shit breaks on Teslas. I know people that own them. The original ones were really good, but nowadays I think their build quality suffered in order to pick up production. Like the original Model S's were rock solid, but the newer ones, they rattle. They have like misaligned gaps in the body panels. Like they're not like they don't align the body panels on the frame properly. It's just shoddy. Is your dream car a Toyota Prius? I've owned one. I hated it, but I owned one. Porsche is good. I know. Porsche is definitely one of my favorite cars. For build quality, I love BMWs, but I'm not overly fond of their reliability. I mean, it's a bitch to fix like a lot of high-end cars yourself because they usually have custom toolkits that you have to buy and they're very expensive. In my knowledge, Dominic, Joseph, put their thanks, bro, for all your effort. I'm certain your options data is going to create a ripple effect of empowerment throughout the community. November through January will be so exciting again. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, Dominic, Joseph. I appreciate that, man. Hope so. It's something I've thought about for a long time, and I've said less because the sentiment against options is so strong, but I can't. I see this opportunity, and I don't. I think it would be wrong to not acknowledge it. This is my 185cc I sold today. Okay. Sorry I'm late. Busy day down at the pickle plant. You might be all right. It's hard to say. We keep spiking on like weird volume spikes, but I doubt you'll get called away. 180cc's, 185's risky as fuck though. I'll tell you that much. Remiss. Yeah, it would be remiss of me. More than that though. There's a word I want to use. I just can't think of it. Tesla is hideous. I got roasted on my Tesla puts today. With Evergrande default and all. No idea. I mean, there's a bull and a bear case for that, and I feel like they were both pretty strong. I had an FJ Cruiser, and I fucking loved that car. Shitty gas mileage, though. See, my problem is once you get like 50 miles per gallon, there's no going back to 16. Like the value savings isn't just in the gas alone, right? It's the time. I don't have to like drive to gas stations once a week, sit there, pump my gas. Fuck that. I wish you could do an options boot camp to get those of us who follow you more proficient. My experience is all selling cash secure puts and GE before the reverse split and REI calls. No skill with GME. Yeah, it's tricky, small friend. I'm kind of doing that now, or trying to. If you watch the last few streams, I've really been trying to focus on that and its importance. Just on the phone with my bank to remortgage the house so I can load up on November 23rd, 200C. He asked for my reason. I referred him to Pickle Financial, but he couldn't find it in the system. Don't do that, Silver Reserve. That's stupid. Don't ever gamble more money on, because weeklies are a gamble, always. Even if you know with beyond a doubt they're going to print, they're still a gamble. Using historical data to predict future market trends, there's always an element of that is a fool's errand. While I don't think that applies here to GameStop, it still has to be considered and taken into account. What kind of, my card gets like almost 60 MPG, I think. Depends. Like, in California it didn't, but here it does because the speed limits on the highways are lower. Like California, you just drive 80 everywhere. And out here it's like 55 or you'll get pulled over by a state trooper. Well, it's not insider information, right? It's just a well-researched prediction. So, oh, there's no such thing as a sure thing. Does that mean I'm a fool for Pigeon Whale instead of more GME? I don't know, President Darth Dan. That's your own inner conflict. I have nothing to do with that. You decided that your day amongst the poors was too much for you and reascended to your Pigeon Whale status, reclaiming your tiny prosthetic wings. So yeah, I'm not sure. Silver Reserve, I know you're smarter than that. So what was the reason for the February run-up? Was it to cover shorting from January? No. February started the same way as every other cycle does, small meow. It started the exact same way, going into earnings. February was actually the first time we saw them roll futures contracts, probably because those contracts were created in January, right? So this was our ETF expiration date right here. This was our roll date right here. And then immediately upon rolling the contracts, they shorted the stock down. In this window here, we had a 3.5 million share offering. And then we went into the next roll here. But this worked exactly the same way as all the other cycles have worked. It was not special in any way. There was more interest and more volume, more FOMO, but that was it. If we'd known what we know now, we know exactly the day that the price would have dropped on, right? And if you go to regular candles, it's a little hard to see, but if you go to regular candles, like this was our first red day, right? Immediately after the roll date. Oh God, that's gross. There we go. Pick a cycle. They all work the same. The only variable is, do they roll, don't they roll? One produces one effect, one produces another. They both actually, rolls and not rolling, both produce FTDs. It's just if they roll, the extent of those FTDs is far less. So you can also go back to February and see there were a lot of FTDs in February. So you can see where those run-ups occurred, right? On the first, second, and third fail date. Because the FTDs were still very high from January here. So even the rolling of those contracts produces FTDs. It's just because they've rolled, they can manage them far better than they were able to in January without rolling. Or maybe the contracts didn't exist in January. But the point is that the January cycle has far more of those initial, like, February 24th dates that you see right here. This type of price action that occurs here and, you know, again out in June on, or May on the 25th. This occurs 3 times in January every year. Which is likely why January ran as hard as it did, you know, considering it wasn't a short squeeze and it wasn't a gamma squeeze. Yes, I know. Yeah, no problem, small meow. I mean, I'm doing a thing here with TA, but I wouldn't call it TA. It's like, so because we have so much information hidden from us, the only thing that really tells the true story of what's going on is the charts. And so this is almost like investigative technical analysis. Like, we're trying to find the effective positions with the technical data that we have. And so, like, while TA has led to these conclusions are formed separately based on not only the TA, but also the market mechanics that drive them. You know, I explained rolling contracts earlier. You sell one, you buy another one. It's pretty simple. You can move them up, you can move them down, you move them generally always out. You can sell your contract high and roll low, just like a stock. Sell high, buy low. Works the same way. Could all of the above hype be regarding timelines be changed with an Evergrande collapse and market collapse if unlikely before year end? Even if unlikely. Yes. This theory in no way can determine an unforeseen catalyst or catastrophic market event, right? This is purely based on the market mechanics that drive the price action on GameStop. It is not based on unforeseen events occurring. Forensic TA? Sort of. I was thinking add up CS daily dumps for the last 2 months to gauge how many are banked. You don't know when they happen. Existential. There's no way to do it. It's impossible. The only way to figure out, likely the only way to figure out exactly how many shares are registered is what net effect we see on FTDs in the coming reports. One of which we get Monday, I believe. We'll get. Do we get it today or Monday? The next FTD report. I'm actually kind of excited to see this one because it should have the 13th fails, which I'm very interested in. And also, it'll show our rolling FTD totals. But if they don't roll and the price drops after 11/24 but runs again on 12/22, do you expect it to hold into January or another dip by after 12/22 for January? So yeah, if that occurs, if we see, so these are the two expected price actions. I have a video on this also. We go up here, right? Then during this window, we either go up or down, depending on if they roll or they don't roll, right? During this window, we likely go down no matter what. Here as well. And then here is another up day. This. And then this window is likely down. Now, that'll depend on options pricing and how far we go up. And then this period should be continually up and then way the fuck up at the end. Yes, if we stay around 180, I would assume we would go higher due to the floor being higher. Also, remember, as time progresses, our bid-ask spread gets wider. As more people spend every day, every paycheck buying a share, that's one more share pulled out, creating more and more illiquidity. So that means that the price action is also more volatile to the upside. So back in August, we thought we would go from, I didn't think we would go as high as we did. I thought we would go from around 160, I think we were, to about 2 to 210. But we hit 230, right? So now the price action to the upside is even more volatile. And every day it becomes more and more so because the stock becomes more and more illiquid over time. T plus 69, baby. Well, no, but yes. This isn't significant. And what that's going to take is a lot of patience and discipline. to really nail the highs and lows throughout that cycle. The fear of missing out will cause people to make mistakes. People will do things like panic sell their options on a dip, right? And then buy in higher, losing profits, right? Because you're losing profits in that range. So if you panic sell here because it dipped and then it bounces and runs up and you're like, oh shit, and you buy in, you're going to lose money. If you're patient, you will likely, you know, see a low to buy back in. Also, if you're patient and they're rolling, we'll continue to see the price increase into the roll date in December. If they roll, right? Well, and we won't know that for a few days into the cycle. This is not a recommendation to day trade GME. This is strictly speaking options for a potential upcoming price movement. As always, the content featured on this channel is for educational and entertainment purposes. None of the mods nor myself are registered financial advisors. If you do want to invest and are unsure how, speak with a registered fiduciary. Options present significant risk. You know, you can say FOMO D's nuts, Carl, but don't tell me you've never fallen into that trap. I was once a young options trader myself. I know exactly what happens to people. You can only lose the premium paid. Yes, that is true. What those options in November present is a very low cost of entry with significant upside potential. So you could spend, you know, $800 to $1,000 and you could potentially turn that into tens of thousands of dollars. You could also just lose it all. And that's what, you know, high risk options like that represent. Brian has a secret male lover in Ohio. Thank you so much. I promise I'll never tell anybody about you and Carl. I mean, you and your secret male lover. I'm sorry. Whoops. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you out into the country club after the stream. Since we're likely in for a few more slow weeks, I'd like to propose the following specialty episodes: Spurt Candlelit Vigil, Pigeon Whale AA Meeting, and Espresso Time with Gherkin. Oh, Dan Almighty. You really want me to live with you, don't you? Do you have any estimate of how much more beneficial it is for us, for them to fail, to roll? That depends, right? If they roll, it's a little risk. It's like a little worse for us, better for them. If they fail, they think there's a possibility that they think that that's strategically better because it goes flat and we lose, like the FOMO dies down, right? But if we have options that are all the way out at the end of the cycle, we don't give a shit if they roll or fail to roll, right? Because we're protected from either. So they, by buying the options out in like February for the entirety of the January cycle, you put them in a position where they have no good option. 5D chess, guys. Because you don't give a shit if they bump the price or they let it run flat and fail to deliver, right? Either way, your options are going in the money. What? The song was playing. What are you talking about? The song definitely played. Don't lie to me. Did the song not play? Fuck, cat's out. Sorry, Carl. Yes, I believe so. So while the last one had violent upside potential and it realized it, this one has this. Yeah, we're using keywords. This is super fucking violent upside potential. Super violent. It's big if true. Last 3 billionaires that did not play. Bullshit. I don't believe any of you. We want the song. All right, I'll give it one more time, but everyone has to stop. I will do one, since there were so many new members today. I will give you all the chant you desire.
We some GME.
Oh shit. I see what happened here. Hold on. I got this. I see what's going on. I moused over OBS because it was in the window behind my other window and moved the slider like a retard. Here we go.
I want to be a billionaire, so freaking bad.
I'm not a DJ, you know? Oh, I know about Sanjeet.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Okay, so I can see how somebody might get the idea that we would be a cult, but I think if you just hear me out, I'll lay out some reasons right here.
Lady VWAP gets praised, so the stock gets a raise. Gurk leads us and feeds us with entertainment for days. We don't got great Kool-Aid, so it can't be a cult. We chant and have members, but it ain't Popeye's fault.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
We can't be a cult. It's impossible. We still have to pay our taxes. Yeah.
All right. And then Sanjeet. Greetings to you, sir, you sexy son of a bitch. I hope you're having a great day in New Delhi, bro.
Sanjeet's in the house, Sanjeet from New Delhi. When GameStop moons, his friends will be jelly. The rest of his country is sleeping sound, but he blesses Pickles channel because the profits abound. He turns on the stream without even looking, just to see what Chef Gherkin's got cooking. For him, it's a 2 a.m. power hour. Sanjeet's gonna make the short hedge funds cower.
What the fuck, Baba? Baba crashing? Whoa, big sell-off. Something's up. It's okay. I'll let it hit the bottom again. I'll just buy more. Fucking. All right, guys. The ghost of Clarence Saunders. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you becoming a dillionaire. If you're not satisfied with the excessive amount of chanting that I've already done, let me know and I'll do some more. Just kidding. You're definitely getting a Dillionaire song, bro. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream is over.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
$996 fucking likes? What? I've listened to this goddamn song like 500 times today. You hit the like button. All right?
Yo.
I'm just gonna keep playing it.
Let's get it.
See, Pizzle. Thank you so much,
just
man.
Some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
See, Pizzle, hit me up on the Discord, man. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. This is a fun game for you guys, isn't it?
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo.
All right, I'll be right back.
Themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult. Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult. Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult. Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult. Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult. Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult. Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult. Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult. Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult. Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult. Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult. Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult. Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult. Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult. Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult. Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Son of a bitch. Fuck, that hurt. Ow. Oh. Fuck. Oh, I don't care if the mic's on. Fuck. I just slammed my ear into the side of a door. I would have gotten away with it too if it were a few meddling pickles. Thanks, sophisticated Chicagoan. Yeah, I'll be all right. Well, to get into the space where my desk is, there's like these two walls, and like it's like a 4 foot. high thing, so I have to duck under it. Mm. Clients early, any implications? Mm. Interesting. This is almost like a descending wedge a little bit. Technically. This is a bullish breakout, so not consolidating more. So the fact that it didn't consolidate further into the wedge, and it broke out to the upside indicates that the bullish momentum is like the buy side is stronger, right? That's what you're looking at here. So you're seeing like a strong breakout before consolidation, which is, you know, almost like FOMO sort of. Hope that helps, Vorname. Looks good. My my free shib that I have will be very happy. All $2.8 million coins. If it hits a penny, I'll be worth thousands. That was shib. You need to really change him, not in this room, ever. And then I need to fold. I'm sorry. So the ETF quarterly action that we saw on August 24th actually has nothing to do with the 12 million shares sold. All the action following that does. Does that make sense? So the reason we didn't hit 350 after 824 was because there were 87% less FTDs. That's not the wrong chart. I'm just explaining it. Everyone knows where everything occurred on the actual chart. Also, the mic's not muted still. Yeah, it's not muted. What happens to Hedgie if we close over 175 today? A little more exposure on next Tuesday. Inte Helt Svensson. Thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate that. Long Johnson, in fact. Congratulations and welcome. What happened, Light K? Muted. You guys kept saying muted like long after I unmuted the mic. Maybe because of a chat delay? I'm not sure. I'm not behind on chat. I'm fully caught up on chat. I played it earlier, Saman. Tuesday, potential positive price action if today above 175. Yeah, a little bit. Depending on how much above 175 would close the day out. I think there's contracts. Let's see, what was our low for the week? 1 hour. So there's probably contracts from here and here that are in the money now. So whatever OI below us, this represents their gamma exposure, depending on where we close today. If we close, like obviously, if we close at 175, it's far less, right? And 180 is a really popular strike, so having 180 in the money is kind of significant. Yeah, we could see a dip Monday into like some price action Tuesday. Say pickle when you read this. Okay. Oh, okay. I've been watching you pretty much every day, all day, every day for months, Gherk, but I'm depressed and awkward, so I only ever lurk here and on Reddit. Yesterday, you told someone to say hi and not be weird, so hi. Hi, Foxy Stocks. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. Tesla will continue running. Fuck if I know. Sure, why not? When you left the first few times, though, through, I was like, this sure sounds like a song a cult would play. Then I listened more while making a sandwich and thought, it's true. We're just hanging out, waiting for all our lives to change. I gotta say, I got a bit emotional. Stop being a bitch, Dilly. You're a pigeon whale. Act like it. Tell Guy and Gherk's Daily on Superstock that DFV bought calls. That was a different time, and he exercised for shares. Yeah, you can still exercise for shares, buddy. People are dumb, man. People are real big dumb sometimes. And they believe whatever narrative they've been fed, whether it may be true or not. I attribute it to ignorance and lack of education. But Sometimes it's neither of those things. Sometimes there's a level of stupid that you can't fix. And unfortunately, that's a big chunk. You Altnob posted one of your DD graphics on Superstack, and it's golden. Awesome. Triple bottom test? No TA. We've traded 1.14 million shares. Looks like we're failing. Covering may be done. There may be another like volatility spike where they cover again at a lower price, but they're just backing out of FTDs and whatever exposure they have. I'm telling you, pretty flat. Like not big exciting. Not updated Reddit in a few hours. I mean, has anything happened? What do I tell them? You guys have any ideas? Sometimes I really don't know what to write over there. I'm just like posting the same static fucking line over and over and over again. Jean-Claude Van Damme. That's kind of exactly what I wrote. I'm seeing people respond to Light K, but I'm not seeing what Light K is saying. Light K, you know, as a honored member of my pickle marketing team, you can just DM me, dude. I think you're unmuted. Yeah, I am. Are people actually saying options are bad? God. And so it begins. You know, it'd be the worst thing in the world if this whole fucking year meant nothing because of some ignorant ass shit that fucking Home Depot Hank posted in DD 4 months ago. Foxy Stocks, welcome to Dillionaires. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club after the stream.
want to be a billionaire so freaking Crazy what, but hashtag not a cult.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
To be fair, it's been the running FUD since the very beginning. People that don't understand options, so it's easy for them to associate it with evil and then just grew from there. What do you mean it would mean nothing? What do I mean? I mean, in no uncertain terms, I like this. This is very likely MOASS. But there is reason to believe that past evidence suggests that if nothing is done about it, then it is not. David Riley, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Holy moly cannoli, you as well, man. Thank you guys. Both of you hit me up after the stream on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Billionaires Country Club as soon as I get a chance. Let me get a chance started.
I want to be a billionaire so freaking
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Thank you guys. How much do you make a month from subs? I don't know. It's like a couple grand. I don't no, that's Skono, that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that the SEC report and all the evidence to date, every fucking theory that's been come up with ETF exposure, swaps exposure, the technical analysis, it all points to the same thing. And it points to the fact that retail's the largest hedge fund in the world if they're leveraged. Hedge funds are leveraged. I haven't seen the posts, 17 the Goat. I've heard about it today, but I haven't seen it myself. Like, I haven't been on Reddit, really. Like, everything everyone dreams of BlackRock and Vanguard being for us, we are already that ourselves. Keith, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added, man. Thank you so much.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Damian Perry, thank you so much, dude, for becoming a pigeon whale, man. I appreciate that.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. I scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. Pigeon whales coo and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named V. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper-handed bitch, you see. But most likely, you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling cover calls like Moomin, cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Girk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously guys, not a cult. Not a cult.
Theoretically, sure, but coordinating that many people, no, that's not the idea. It's not coordinating people to buy options. It's the understanding of the leverage options present, and also the understanding of when the short hedge funds have the most exposure. Those are the only two things that need to be correlated. No one needs to instruct anybody on what options to buy. Nobody needs to make anybody who's uncomfortable buying options buy options. That's not the point. And no, I don't think Super Stonk is going to prevent MOASS. But I think that the sentiment surrounding options, that like they're bad or you're giving money to Citadel, is incorrect, and it produces a false narrative which runs deep in the community about how these options not only present risk, but present actual damage to MOASS occurring, when in fact they're most likely the catalyst to make it occur. DRS, sure, it's great. People are registering shares. In a couple years, maybe we'll get the whole float locked up. It's not happening immediately, right? I mean, the FTD data that we get, I think at market close today will show us some of the effect on it, but I don't think it's going to be all that drastic given our price action. It's going to take a lot of time. And what time gives the short hedge funds is a chance to get out, right? Slowly, over time, bleed out the position, right? So that way the only bags they're carrying is that initial short position. Time drives people away from the stock. Time, it's their most effective tool. And by waiting out MOASS for years, you're giving them access to that tool. How have you not lost your mind yet? Wall Street Bets is the opposite of what we're talking about here, right? They're the ones that bought fucking options too close expiry, right? And then because they all bailed when the stock ran, it dumped on the other side of January 29th. Because that leverage was no longer present, right? Everyone wants to know why it came down so fucking hard, right? Like, SEC showed us it wasn't just shorting. They were shorting all through that period, but it wasn't just shorting that made the price of the stock fall. It was propped up by options. It ran because of options. It wasn't like we owned the fucking float back then, right? Nokoke Pepsi? Thank you so much for becoming a donator, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you guys, all of you, for becoming members today. I really appreciate it.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Gert, have you dug more into why the logs made the huge gamma ramp to stop the roll, supposedly leaving over 50 million on the table, as you said? Any ideas? Still no. I don't know who got hurt more on that play. The shorts for not rolling, or the longs for leaving the ramp in place. Time will tell, I suppose. But as far as it looks right now, it looks like it was a safeguard to make sure they couldn't roll. But I don't think they really needed to because of the obscene number of, institutional shares that were made available in the previous cycle. It's our only dip in our volume weighted average price from March to now was that share offering. And it wasn't even that significant because we do hold the float. But now that we hold the float, we need to get the fucking price up, right? Like there's no... Good, we have all the stock. Awesome. That doesn't move the price up. I know everyone thinks just magically one day that the price is just gonna go up all on its own. And it will, right? Because they have these periods where they have to cover. It's not going up on its own, though. That's them covering exposure because of the massive short position they hold, right? But that is calculated. They know how to do that. They know how to stop it at the top. They know how to drive the price back down. So what options do is they stop them from executing their plan to maintain this price action between 150 and 350. It fucks up their plans because then they have to hedge the volatility, which leads to more FTDs being created as they don't cover the short position and the price goes up, which leads to more interest and more FOMO, which creates more exposure. Like, we've prevented them from covering, but options squeeze them. Not the Wharton approach. Not the let's buy fucking $20 million worth of options for this Friday because I think T plus 35 is tomorrow. That's dumb, right? That's a YOLO. It's a gamble. It's a huge risk. DFV YOLO'd, but he YOLO'd on fucking leaps. Like one of the most conservative contracts you can buy, right? They were out of the money, so a little riskier, but he had confidence in his play. That's how one does it. I think Ivy will drop lower over the next couple weeks, yeah. If you've put, $5,000 into GameStop stock at an average price of like 162.50 over the last several months, right? Your net profits are $20 a share. If you put that same $5,000 into options on August 24th, you could be up, 4,000%. Yeah, you didn't make the same mistake twice, Snickers. Options equal gamma ramp. Gamma ramp equals gamma squeeze. Gamma squeeze means, actually, and options go into a gamma ramp. Which goes into a volatility squeeze as they attempt to hedge the increasing IV. Which then goes into a gamma squeeze as all that hedging created tons of in-the-money contracts. And that creates a short squeeze. Shaken Laken Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate the membership. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream's over, man. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Any ramp being built for November? I hope not, because it'd be on the 19th. And I don't think anything's going to happen between now and the 19th. There's some OI, but it's mostly at like 300 and 200. It's not significant. December might be better. No. Oh, that's the 3rd. A little bit of OI in December. People are cheap. So you're not going to see a lot of open interest. Leaps have a lot of open interest. Don't worry. The options FOMO will come with the price increase. But I think this presents an opportunity to get in before that happens. Gamma isn't real. Okay. Doesn't the SEC paper specifically describe gamma squeezes? I think it does. I mean, the SEC paper, Gensler just handed us the keys and told us this is why it happened if you want to do it again. Can you explain a volatility squeeze like I'm dumb? Yeah, in a DD soon enough, Jean-Claude Van Damme. In a perfect world, how can retail use options and what would a mega crit hit look like? The most damage that could be done would be options out here beyond the window of expected price action, loaded at every strike available, and then for them to be exercised at the lower range as the upper ranges went into the money. That's a recipe for like the biggest short squeeze the world has ever seen. How much money would you dump into AMD if one of their driver releases said fixed Epic Pen crashes? A lot. How do you manage them all on a small time frame? What do you mean, Kitty Pickle? Through many different strikes? I mean, if you have like a lot of strikes on the same day? there's a million ways to do it. You can sell one and use cashless exercise. You can exercise it and then provide the funds in T+2 by selling off however many shares you need to do that. So, you know, if your contract's up like 100%, you know, you have to, you can sell like, or 10,000% or whatever. You can sell the difference to cover the cost yourself. There's a lot of ways of doing that. You could have two contracts. You could sell one, exercise the other. Any non-quant could provide. I'll let you know, Fluffiosa. It's not, but DRS isn't bad. It works. It's just going to take a long time. I think we'll see maybe some proof of that tomorrow. But the however drastic that data is going to give us a good idea of how effective DRS is in relation to it causing a short squeeze. Cat tanking? It's down $2. People are just afraid to carry it over the weekend, maybe. Political, the market doesn't like to price in political expectations until they're confirmed. And so, yeah, you could see some weakness. People are also just selling out of 0 DTs that they bought it, or yeah, weeklies that they bought at 198. I'm not super concerned. I'm not selling the rest of my 200s right now. I mean, for you guys that have been watching me a long time, you know I wouldn't be saying this shit if I didn't think it was true. Have some Photoshop dragons to really drive it home. I don't know if I ever got a list of brokers that have cashless exercise or exercise to close. I'm still waiting on that. All you guys describe is tank and rip. It's common when people are new to the market. Everything feels exacerbated. And when you're holding options, it really feels that way, because it is. I don't think it's about convincing anybody of anything. I really don't. I will present over the next couple of weeks my case via DD. For those that buy it, awesome. For those that don't, they don't. Some people hate me purely because I'm on YouTube. And that's all it takes, right? Some people hate me because they played my TA and lost money. But, you know, I don't keep writing DD over there and doing this stream every day for those people. I don't care, right? It's irrelevant. Say I have 5 contracts for 400 and we squeeze to 200K. If I sell a single share to exercise those contracts, or even sell 5 shares at 40K to exercise sooner, is there anything that could go wrong? No, not really. You just, like, If you have a $300 strike and we hit $30,000, you can sell one share to get 100, which is fucking awesome. I have no motive, like I have no reason to lie to you guys, right? That's silly. I'm up. I don't give a shit, frankly. If GameStop stayed at 180 for the next year, I'd still have made more money on it than I have any other fucking stock ever. And for those that think that I do it for the YouTube channel or the views, they clearly haven't watched our YouTube channel. This isn't speculative anymore, right? We have enough evidence now that this theory is backed by evidence. It's still a theory because obviously until it comes true, it will remain that. But there's no speculation here. I think maybe some people don't want to believe that the market works the way it should, and I understand that. And I know that everyone's not in this play for the same reasons, right? Some people, got fucking burned in 08. They lost their houses, jobs, livelihood, like everything. Their worlds were turned upside down. I understand that some of those people are really in this to fuck hedge funds. But ultimately, everyone, no matter what you tell yourself, is in this to make money. And there's nothing I love more than making money. Ever since I was a wee lad. Clearly you don't do it for the free housing opportunities. You'd deserve an Academy Award if this was all an act. Nah. The floors in the Billionaire Club are so well done. Who did you hire to do the mosaic of Lady VWAP? How much are you willing to put in these options? I'm putting in like 20% of my free capital, but that's because 90% of my capital that I have is tied up in GameStop. So 20% of 10% of my free capital. Well, I guess the money tied up in GameStop isn't free capital. So 20% of my free capital is the answer. I'm confident enough that that will be multiplied to far exceed the amount of money I have as free capital currently. I do like being told how awesome I am. I'm not going to lie. I have a huge ego. But it's not unfounded. When are you selling out for AMC? Been here for months and still waiting. I'm not going to say how much because I don't want anyone to feel bad about their position. Every position's equally important. We'll talk about that after MOASS, all right? Maybe. Yeah, consider this a crash course in collegiate options. You guys have 18 days. Learn it. If you can't read, find YouTube videos. Uncharged Box, thank you so much, man. I appreciate the support. I think you're pretty okay. Enough that I stare at your face for hours during the stream and then do it after hours while I'm shopping you into stuff. Do you need me to make any specific faces, Trash Dan? Do you need like an O face? Like a... I can do that one. I don't know what a Higo is, and I don't want to know what that is. It sounds like you're going to use that for something private. No, I haven't released an options DD yet. That will be after DD that confirms and proves the existence of this cycle and how it works and why. Aquatic, happy belated 6-month stream anniversary. Thanks, man, for everything you do for our nautical. This week has been full of great education. Love it. Bullish. Thank you so much, Aquatic. I appreciate that, man. Okay, so have you ever heard of Belle Delphine? Is that that chick who was like selling bathwater or something? Cross eyes and stick out tongue? I don't know what she looks like. I remember seeing like Reddit posts about it like a while ago. Sounds like something you shouldn't do. So the chat is filled with men of culture. I don't know about that. Sick Coyote, thank you so much for coming to Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. That's correct, Bob. Given that the SEC report says January was almost entirely because of retail buying in and not covering / gamma, is the idea there will be enough forced buying to replace retail's Jan buy pressure. The idea is that our price point going into this is not $20, VWapopotamus. The idea is that, you know, we're trading at 180, likely going into that same period in January trading above $200. So the pressure that the shorts didn't feel they had to cover in January could be greatly increased this time around. Imagine going up 2,700% from our current price. And that's possible, especially with options. And then also back then, everyone sold their options, right? No one was exercising shit. Everyone sold their fucking options at the peak, and then the stock tanked over the next few days. Now imagine what would have happened if everyone held their options and exercised them. We would have gone to the moon. That's how you want to know how to go to the moon. That's how you go to the moon. A January 23 950C seems to yield the same profit as a January 23 300C if sold on a January 22 run-up with the price at 300. In this scenario, would it make sense to buy the January 23 950C that is 3 times cheaper? Yes. Optionstrat.com. Play with it. You can learn a lot. There are strikes and contracts that are more beneficial to a price movement than others and cheaper. Will you sell shares to buy options? Absolutely not. I have never sold a share of GameStop, and I will never sell a share of GameStop until MOASS, until it is confirmed. Mr. Finch, hype. Thank you so much, Mr. Finch. Can you look to your left with a forlorn expression? Isn't that what I do all day? Will it take sign the longs are making a play be if you see options chain start for February being built on every strike soon? I mean, I don't know if my theories have enough exposure that fucking long hedge funds know about them, right? Silver Reserve. I don't know if they know this. For a year, we all sat around thinking that January was an anomaly and not that it was driven by market mechanics. The SEC report confirmed a lot of that, but I don't know what the longs are going to do. I'm not in this to follow big money, though. DFV wasn't either. The big money will come, right? If the price action's there, the big money will show up. Use the two DTE profits to exercise options later, outdated options. I would use some of that money to buy more further dated options. But I'm bullish on the whole fucking, like, from November 24th to January 25th. I'm bullish as shit. So I'll be buying, initially I'll use weeklies and weeklies to build up my February position. Right? And then I will use the height of that run up in January to sell and exercise. Are you proud of Moonwind? No. He's a disappointment in a lot of ways. He does all right. But I don't like how he does all right. Yeah, I'm definitely buying weeklies also. Check out OI in January 2022. I have. It's high. It's picking up. But it's too early again, right? If I'm right, this is the wrong date. Like, these are the leaps. But in T+2 and 3 of this date is where the real pressure is. It's not here. The real pressure is out on the 25th. 24th, 25th. I believe, right? Let me double check my calendar for if it's 25th, 26th, or 24th, 26th. 25th, 26th. So the real pressure is not here. It's on the 25th and 26th. And maybe this is why we didn't MOASS last year. Was because all the options were for before this gamma exposure. Are you proud of me? I mean, it's cool that you're not a poor anymore. I've come to the Cornichon. Oh, I've come to the conclusion, sorry, that everything will happen with GME when they start revealing and implement their plan. All price action has been anything from them speaking on their direction. But they haven't. No, none of the price action has been. They didn't even set the earnings in July until halfway through the run-up. No one knew when earnings was going to be. None of this has to do with the shit GameStop has not said. Today, after I'm off of work, I'm watching all your recent clips about options, learning as much as I can about this hypothetical scenario, and I gotta figure out how to get money to buy more. Thanks, 17 the goat. That might just be how it is. Maybe my lighting will be better after I move. Can you explain how much you have to pay if you exercise an option? Yes, you have to pay the strike price times 100. So if your strike is 300, you have to pay $30,000. If your strike is 150, you have to pay $15,000. If your strike is 680, you have to pay $68,000. Just put 2 zeros on the end. Do you currently hold any February Carls? I do. I have some 350s. January 28th is my birthday. If we MOASS on my birthday, I'd be so happy. I'll be happy for you, man. It's a hell of a birthday. You're accounting for rebalances and FTDs, but not for NFT news. It's a couple of weeks of theta worth missing. A possible move up on NFT move. So, okay, Pop. I noted this before, and I'll note it again. I have money to buy ahead of a run. Like, I have enough capital that I can buy ahead of like a huge announcement or something. Like if we run to like they announced something end of today and we run to 190 overnight, I can afford to buy 200s Monday. I'll be fine, right? I understand for most people that's not the case. What you could do is you could hedge that, right? You could buy some far out options out of the money, and if something happens unexpectedly, a catalyst, before this cycle comes up, you have some leveraged position in place. Awesome, Bacon Sisters. I'm trying to explain them in the simplest terms I can. I'm trying not to dive into, black shoals and all of that because, a lot of the people in this are not investors, and they haven't been for years and years, right? So I hope it helps. What if the strike is 69? Fuck you, the Danistan. Afro Keys, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. There's exposure next week for any contracts that were exercised this week, right? And whatever they didn't appropriately hedge. One sec. You don't have that much money. I understand. Believe me, I do. But there's a strategy no matter what income you have or what yeah, some people can't play options at all. That's fine. Hold. But everyone that can and knows how should be. Because for the ones that do, that ensures that the people who can't also profit. Now, here's something to note, and I'll try to remember to clip this also. At the end of every week, options are sold and expire, and in-the-money options are exercised, right? And that creates exposure for them here, and they have to cover, and then they can bring the price down, right? We see this over and over and over and over again. We've noted T plus 2 days 1,000 times, right? Now, if the price spikes in a volatile fashion, putting all of these options under that price in the money, usually that means these contracts will be closed or sold or exercised, right? Now, what happens if these are far enough out and everyone holds them? That pressure is never relieved. That means going into the next week, these continue to have to be hedged. And then the next week, and the next week. So theoretically, if retail owned options out in February, and out here in November, the price went up, and they just held these options, it's very hard for them to bring the price down, right? So the price would just escalate again in December. And again in January. Continuously up. Why haven't we been blasted down to max pain? I mean, we're drifting, but it's slow. Why did Amazon stock go down after earnings? I have no idea, Smooth. Wasn't following it. I clipped it. I appreciate your education, humor, and your intelligence, and your great laugh. Thank you so much, Carol. I do have a great laugh. Think of it like boxing. You never stop your punch at the moment you hit your opponent's face. You punch like you want to hit something on the other side. Follow through is key. Thank you, Darth Dan. I love how you're timing your DDs to lead apes to salvation like Moses. Kirk will be the MOASS. The MOASSEB. I'm sorry, I've been doing way too much Dune things lately. Bloodmeister, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream's over, man. You saw an alcohol. Well, if the mayo is the spice, then we won it, right? We have to maintain control of the mayo. The mayo is life. Why do you think Kenny protects it so much? GameStop tweet. They watching the stream again? Did they tweet? I hope they just tweeted IV and an arrow. I want to say that's not a coincidence, but it probably is. GME the closest to all in you've gone on a play. From a percentage standpoint, yes. By a lot. They're bringing it down. I mean, who knows? They could still have covering left to do. So they're not super incentivized to short it. Maybe there's a little FOMO coming from Reddit, you know, and they're just suppressing that. Their exposure today should just be minimal. I mean, it is, right? Like the day played out pretty much according to plan. Flat, right? DTCC haircut rules applicable to their margin, right? But I mean, GameStop still needs to go up in price to put pressure on that margin. Could we realistically hit 220 today? Absolutely fucking not, Tyler. Just wondering which options brokerage you recommend for a new guy getting ready to learn options. TDA allows you to paper trade them, Woody Profit. WeBull has a very easy UI. IBKR is solid for options, but it's difficult platform to use and outdated. Fidelity is not too bad on Active Trader, but definitely not my favorite. Didn't you say we were supposed to hit 225 this week? No. Last week, but the FTDs came in too low. I didn't say we were supposed to hit it. I said we could hit it. The potential was there. But the FTDs were not. Could actually drop to max pain today, asking for a group of idiots. It's possible. It looks like we're going to hold at least like 182, between 182.50 and 178.50. Say most of my options did get deep in the money and I have different strikes. Which would you sell? The high IV out of the money options so you can exercise the lower strikes? Or would you sell the lower strike? I would sell the high IV. So on a peak, I would sell the high IV options to exercise the lower options. If exercising, which I would only do in the event of MOASS. You only think we can't hit 220 today because you're not using EMA 9000? I have, KO. But I'm definitely a PR nightmare. How many people do you think are still out there accidentally diamond handing GMED? Maybe a few. Maybe someone's actually long on it. I have confidence my November 5th SPY 458C will pay off, but I can't help but be incredibly annoyed that it went sideways all day. That's what I get for buying into Amazon earnings, I guess. For anyone looking to paper trade, TD Ameritrade does it. There's a ton of YouTube videos to learn the platform. Yep. Power Hour, Ko-Fi, Mr. No Headphones. I'm sorry. Have I missed any other ones? No. Gurk, can you tell Trash Dan to drink some water? They're being stubborn. Trash Dan, drink some water. TP has cashless exercise or no? No. But you do have T+2 to provide the funds, right? If your option's up enough, you could just exercise it, sell a couple shares, and then have the funds for the exercise in your account, right? Depends on what GameStop's trading at. More Ko-Fi? Did I miss another one? Why didn't I hear it? I had my headphones on. No, I told Trash Dan to drink some water. I don't think there's a lot of gamma exposure. A little bit, but not a lot. Bat Bones, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream's over.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers.
Been
not a
alright,
cult,
Sahib.
no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult.
I might, JC.
Not a cult.
I mean, we'll continue if we don't really have an uptrend, right? We're lower right now than we were at close yesterday. But yeah, gamma exposure could bring the price up a little bit over this period of time. We'll see. I think they'll short it down before that happens. Before they let it get above a dangerous price point. Like it's definitely, they're not going to let it like get above 190, I don't think. We look at potentially purchasing some weekly calls on Monday for potential small covering on Tuesday. I know it won't be much, but still some profits to be made. Maybe. I'll think about it. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. It can be a strong play. The problem is sometimes they cover it on Monday. When you sell a call prior to expiration, you lose premium minus theta. What? Yes. But if your option's profitable, then it's over the premium you paid for it, right? So if you pay 180 for an option, and then it goes up to 200 or $2, right? And you sell it, you get 2.0. So you're up 0.2. Your profit is 0.2. If that's, I think that's what you're asking. No, you don't lose. I mean, you do lose the whole premium, but you also, if your option's profitable, you get it back. Right? So you buy an option, then you sell that option. You get this. You don't get this minus that. Well, you do. That's your profit. Right? I'm confused what you're asking, so I'm trying to answer the question, but I'm not sure I fully understand it. Could you buy on Friday for the following week, but you get thated over the weekend? Yeah. And then sometimes they do a lot of covering like pre-market for their exposure, Chase, Bob, and that's a pain in the ass too. It's risky because it's like trying to day trade GME, and it can be problematic. I think usually the biggest problem with trying to encapsulate their gamma exposure the following week is that they don't let it run very hard. So you have to sell. I think this is where a lot of people get trapped, is like next Tuesday, we'll probably see it like spike in the morning and then lower spikes throughout the day and then drop off at close. Or they'll do it, like little spikes in the morning and they'll do a big one in the afternoon, right? Because they have a lot of control on the manipulation of when they cover. And so, maybe you'll sell here thinking that's the spike, but it was really here. And that's why I don't day trade GameStop, really. It's just a waste. Like on those fail dates, I bought and sold a couple of contracts because I knew they had FTDs. But other than that, So then you have to be prepared to hold the option all through Monday and all through Tuesday in order to get the best price. Ryan Gee Pickles, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate that, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream's over, man. Thanks for the support. If you decide to dump the call while in a loss, not sure why anyone would do that, but curious. Well, if you dump the call, so if you dump the call, so if you say you pay 2 for it and you dump it at 1.5, you're negative 0.5.
Suckers not a cult, bro. We some GME love is not a cult. Not a cult.
Just cross a view off? That's interesting. I mean, he spread FUD on options, TA, all of it. And then, you know, self-fulfilling FUD, where people like Elliot Wave Dude and Warden and shit did TA and they didn't know what they were doing, or they tried to do it on too small of a time scale and it failed. And that, you know, also spread Warden's whole breakdown. Is this, I can't tell if this is working or not. Are we getting, do we have a connection? Okay. Okay, I'm streaming from my phone. Hold on, give me 1 second, guys. Now that I'm back, let me check my modem and see what's going on with it. Because it was just showing like a flat line. So give me 1 second, and I'm gonna go check that. I'll be right back. Fucking nonsense. I have to stream from my phone right now. This is bullshit. Don't forget to pour water on the GPU. Seriously. Thanks for coming back. I almost had to get my weighted blanket. All right. Thankfully, my 5G service is fantastic. No, I'm rejoining the Discord audio now. I don't know if my phone will be able to support both, but I'm gonna give it a shot. Sorry guys, there were some technical difficulties. No root. Hello. Still having issues connecting to the Discord audio. All right. Discord's down. Yeah, Discord's down. Maybe if I make an announcement. All right, but the stream's working, right? You guys can hear and see me. Been a weird couple days, but I love the thumbnail art. Thanks, Han. Good to see you. Looking fine on YouTube. Yes, gorgeous. Thank you. All right, awesome. It's going to take me a couple weeks to learn how. There's a lot of YouTube videos covering how to use Active Trader Pro, how to use WeBull, how to use TDA, how to use IBKR. Blink 3 times if Citadel agents are in your house. They're not, as far as I know. Huh. Interesting. Institutional buying? Maybe. There's a significant amount of volume through there. Could be. Yo, what if we close green? That'd be cool. Hi, this is Citadel Intern. You need to stop talking about far out options and sensible options investing strategies. We'll be forced to short your internet provider if you keep this up. You're just going to use your phone as a hotspot? Got it. I was like, how in the world is he getting this kind of quality audio and green screen background on a phone? Yeah, I'm just using my phone as a hotspot for the 5G connection because my modem's down. Them IEX orders. Maybe, yeah. Oh yeah, guys, don't forget, this Fidelity allows you now to route through IEX if you're looking at buying shares or whatever. We never close green on a Friday. We've closed green on Fridays before. It's generally bullish, and implies a turnaround in price action. Not necessarily immediately. Back in June, we closed a few weeks in a row, or May, a few weeks in a row. Friday above max pain, before taken off. So it looks good. It's a good sign, especially with our floor as high as it is now. You know, we're close to MOASS if they're using DDoS. I'd unplug it before they try to fry it. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. You always think about paper trading? Start now. Lots to learn for just using the platform. Get at it. Damn straight, Ryan Gee Pickles. Our volume's not that good. It's at 1.8 million. We had more other days this week. I think we had a day that was 2.68 million, actually. Check Pigeon Whale, it's at. Did you do a chug for me? I can't because fucking Discord's down. President Darth Dan. I can't even, I just have a gray screen on Discord right now. I can't believe this. I hedged my long position with short CFDs for the first time ever, thinking they'd bring us down to max pain, and for the first time they let it run. It's been a long time since we've seen a nice Friday close. And this is like a decent one. If you consider our low for the week. Am I the only one here in the choppy audio? I mean, my audio might be bad. I'm on my cell phone right now, KO. So I'm sorry if that's the case. I can't believe in all this time no one said Girk didn't pay his internet bill. Damn it. Did you see the market staying somewhat stable come the next week? We'll see. Do you think my 177.50 CCs are for sure going to get called away? Yes. That's not a good price to sell CCs at. We just assumed you didn't pay the internet bill. Puts on Girk's ISP. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Are you expecting some kind of run next week because of today's nice price? No. Maybe a little bump on Tuesday, but nothing exceptional. New Warden had the exact same nightmare before. We did. You didn't get to see it because you didn't pay your internet bill. Oh, I see. Minor flex on the pores and for your late internet bill. Thank you, Sir David P. I appreciate that. My internet bill is paid now in 2 locations. Do you ever think your option strategy would cause this much online commotion? Has it? I don't think there's any commotion. I mean, my daily DD is like a little extra downvoted, but not a big deal. Worst part is you were in the middle of a good, rousing speech right when it crashed. I don't even remember what I was talking about. Shame the internet provider. Okay, shame. Should we make a post with your approval for Wall Street bets? I don't care. Do you think DFE knew about all the January catalysts? That's what initially pushed him to buy? No, I don't think so. Oh, there's a link for the Discord down in the description, Foxy Stocks. Ranting about Warden. Yeah, it was because like so many people did shitty TA. You know, people had been doing TA for like 3 months. And they were like, oh, you know, this looks good on the 1 hour. Telling everybody that fucking OBV is flat and Elliott waves were taking us to $800. It was just horse shit. And so I understand why people feel like TA is horse shit. There's a new pigeon whale? I'm pretty sure during the flash internet crash. I don't think so. I don't see one. Did any of the mods see that? Thank you, Han. Have a new pigeon whale while you're gone. Love the new pigeon whale. Who is it? Who's the new pigeon whale? I'll trust the mods to tell me if there's a new pigeon whale or not. I know you guys are just trying to get access to that sweet ass pigeon whale song. We can thank Warden for the you can't do TA on manipulated stocks FUD. Probably. Although I don't really remember Warden doing a lot of TA. I remember him doing like some fucking look at options sonar stuff, but who's the pigeon whale? It was Pistol Sparky? Pistol Sparky, are you in the chat, man? Imagine if your fiber went down like this when you're in the middle of an important trade and you didn't have your hotspot available. I have multiple hotspots, actually, for that exact reason. Bart, if you're just buying stock, any price between 162.50 and 183 is a good price. What a flex. He members and crashes my internet. Alright, fuck it. I don't care. Pistol Sparky, if you're there, thanks for becoming a pigeon whale, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll make sure to get you added to all the appropriate channels as soon as I can.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. I scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. Pigeon whales coo and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named Fiend. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper in a bitch you see, but most likely you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling covered calls like Lumen, cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Girk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously guys, not a cult. Not a cult.
Am I at a high school talent show with this song? That's rude. Sanchez from New Mexico. Can you do better? Prove it. Oh, one of those pigeon whales is from you, President Darth Dan, because you re-upped. Can't decide to hold my VLTA calls or not. I can see it moon with enough volume. Are you up? You can always sell some to cover your cost basis and then see if it goes up more. After 5 months of Girk's saucy knowledge spitting melodious sounds and entertaining member chat, I've learned so much about stocks and options. Thanks, not a cult community. I do not participate much, but enjoy lurking. JR, thank you so much for being around with us, man. I appreciate it. Pickleman, thank you for answering my simple questions. If you ever need in building and managing a data center for your streams, feel free to hit me up. Absolutely, Robert. No problem, man. Glad to be a help. The last time we closed green on a Friday was 8:20. We all know what happened the next week. It's true. Was it? No, last week, didn't we? I thought we closed green last week. Oh, you're going to sell off half and then exercise? Interesting. Someday we will hug. Until then, please take a massive big cuddly hug from the 6'3", 280-pound pigeon whale. Hugs for you, Han. JNS2, I've only been half listening to you in the background. If I understood the day correctly, I'm supposed to YOLO on options. No. You've misunderstood the day. Watch the whole thing, beginning to end, all over again. You can skip the music parts. Or don't. It's up to you. He did return. He is reascended. Did you not get my Ko-Fi? I'm not sure. My internet crashed. Shit was weird. Pickle Morty, Han Banana, all you mods right now. Is Han hype time? Is one of the pillars of this community. That one was given so much to all of us for selflessness and caring for others should serve as a beacon for others to attempt to emulate. Myself and all the pickles adore Han. Look at that, Han. Everyone loves you. Be happy. I'm gonna YOLO into options for one call. That's my YOLO. All right, man. Asking again because I'd like your thoughts on this. To what degree does unprecedented quantitative easing and its ripple effects on technical analysis? Oh, man. I guess technical indicators would be more likely to break to the upside as the markets become more liquid. So bullish indicators would be stronger statistically. Market wide. Technical analysis, depending on market conditions, does vary in its effectiveness. It doesn't perform well in performs less well in bear markets, or stagnant markets, or illiquid markets. But yeah, there's stuff that does perform well in those markets, so you can then use. You guys are nuts. You could have like 25 fire signals, then rip. Maybe. I mean, Jesus. If we go back and look at what was it? I think the period between June and August. Actually, no, the period between April and May, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 33 fire signals before we got upside action. So we were real flat. Consecutive ones as well. Some of the other stuff, predicting moves, anticipating moves based on January, seem not so nuanced. Does this movement at all change? No, because we're only up like 0.5% for the day. That's flat, slightly up, but still flat, right? I mean, our floor is this much higher after the August run. That's just fucking awesome, right? That matters a lot, I think. It's not a lot above max paid. It's $8 above max paid. And that matters, but options OI this week isn't super strong, so it may not matter much. $22,000 wall at 184.14. Yeah, they may push it down into close. Well, no, the floor wouldn't be $30 above, right? The floor would be, if this is the floor at 170, what is it? 167, and the previous floor was 145. This is about $22. Yeah, close. This is also just like super zoomed in, and everyone's freaking out because it's pretty flat. We traded between 178 and 185 today, which is tight. It's consolidating. It's consolidating and picking up volatility, possibly, and that's a very good indicator. Did you end up holding your cap plays? So I sold half of my November 19s. The rest of it I'm still holding. If you move to Twitch, I think you get a lot more viewers because other people out of the loop would see it. 1K views isn't bad there. I mean, I put the Twitch link in the description if people want to subscribe to it. I'll at some point, maybe after I move, that'll be another thing I can do is like set up a dual stream. So I stream to both platforms. You have a move date? No. I think I might just rent a truck, but I don't see how I could do that all in one day by myself. I'd have to like hire people or I don't know. That's just I might as well just get a mover. Anthony the Dad, dude, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream's over.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Moonwind and the Dans will help you move. This is what cults do for their leader. I have a truck in free time. That's just because you want me to move into your Rhode Island home, Smox. Hand Banan, I'll come help. That's ridiculous. How much of an upgrade will the new place be? Well, it's 2 bedrooms, and I'll be able to use one of those bedrooms for my studio. So it's like the same size, but I'll have more access. You have 64 subs on Twitch? Cool. What's your opinion on Yang ETF against Chinese market as opposed to hedging with SPY puts? It seems like the SPY's biggest danger right now is a Chinese market drop. So it seems like going straight to the source would be more cost effective. Yeah, I mean, Yang's a good way to hedge the Chinese markets if you think they're going to dip. Although Yang might be kind of expensive right now. You can check it out. It's a good way to follow that action though. No, we look good for a close at like 184, actually. Like, solid. You can even pay someone to pack up all your stuff for you, which I did not do, but they do wrap your mattress and stuff. Yeah, I know. Moving is all in the prep work, everything boxed, labeled, ready to go. Yeah, all my shit's packed. That's not the issue. When I moved, paid like 1K with the tip. They provided plastic moving boxes ahead of time, move everything in one day. It's so freaking nice. Yeah, that's kind of where my head's at. Is like, just because like the stream and everything and DD and getting everything out on a schedule kind of precludes me from doing it myself. So I probably will hire a mover. It's like a 27-hour drive, but I will be there. It's ridiculous. Who will watch your corn? How significant is it that we're closing above max span? It's good. I like it. I don't think it's like we're going to rip on Monday good, but it's good. Again, max pay and A could have moved up throughout today. We won't know till after close. Max pay can shift. It doesn't have to stay static. So it's a possibility that, you know, we saw puts get sold, calls get bought, a slight shift upward in max pay. So max pay may be around 180. I'll check after close or something, but maybe I could check now. Where do I have live max pain? So the problem is I have it on a delay everywhere, but I don't have anywhere live. Interesting. See, max pay looks very strong to the call side currently. I don't know. It might have shifted up this morning. Will you bring a little mold with you as a memento? Well, how else would I keep farming it? I'm not from the Bronx. Lived there a couple times. Why is there no ice in my lemonade? Drop and give me 10. I'll help you move to Germany. I know you would, Han, but don't. Don't. You have things to do and a life to live. Offer's still open, 300 a month. God damn it. I'm not moving there. It's in the middle. You live in the middle of fucking nowhere, President Darth Dan. It's cold as shit. And I don't want the room with the urinal. It's going to smell like piss. Pitch in for you to get a mover. I sent you a list of OK New York City movers a while back. Actually, Nedog, can you DM me one more time so that just pops to the top of my feed again? I just sent you 2 with no notifications? Why are my Ko-Fis not showing up? Maybe, I think it's because I'm on my phone internet. Okay. Yeah, if you guys send me a Ko-Fi, just let me know. Glider, money towards your move to Philly. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Girk, thank you for all you have done for us. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I know even the fact that you've talked about options a lot in the past week is something you had to contemplate. Just noted enhanced cure, but you the best. Please employ Stefan. All right. We'll get him in here for the end of the day. Where is he? It's one of these. Aha! There he is. Thank you so much, Glider and Darth Dan. But I only saw one. Is there a second? Oh, okay. It's the same. Sorry about that, man. I don't know why they're not popping up. Yeah, just be warned, guys. Ko-Fis aren't working right now. The Discord's also, I also can't use Discord. Parking a U-Haul in the street in New York City sounds like a problem. Not if you don't give a shit about anybody else but yourself. Guys, Girk is being evicted. No, I'm not. I would just tell you. Like, guys, I YOLO'd all my money on GME options and I'm being evicted. I wouldn't lie about it. Florida man, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. One last song to close out the stream. Ding ding. Closing at 183.51. Up what I can only assume is $8.50 from Max Payne. What a great Friday. Thank you guys all for hanging out. Thank you for all the membership FOMO today, guys. It means a ton. And it's a huge, huge help in ways you couldn't imagine. I really appreciate it. Thank you all so much. And I will see you bright and early Monday morning at 9 a.m. For you members and all of you guys that just became members today, don't forget that we're going to have a members only stream on Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. There'll be a link for that in the community tab day of and over on the Discord that you guys can check out. And as always, there will be a weekly DD coming out Sunday night. And a stream for that as well. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. Have a good one. See you later. Not an advisor. Frigulon.